What's going on, folks? We're here today, Sunday, doing some Saturday replay stuff. Yeah, yesterday was not happening. It was just a mess from end to end. It is what it is. But today we've actually got the time to be able to get through our replays. So I'm going to start getting all those set up, and then we'll just jump right into it. Hope everyone's doing pretty good. Staying safe and well. Things are pretty crazy around just about everywhere. Especially here in the U.S., though. Our government is a complete farce at this point. And we've got our own little, I think anybody who reads up enough about it will know that, ICE and U.S. Border Patrol and a bunch of other, institutions are just, brutalizing people randomly right now for, very spurious reasons. What's up, Sugar? I'm excited to watch your games, bro. Things are going about as reasonably well for me as they can right now, so I'm feeling very, very lucky. It's other people who are in much worse straits than me right now. Oh, and where's Bird? Sent me the finals replay, so we've got everything that people have sent me. We can just drop them over and get it going. Dude. Let's get some Corn and Kislev going. As good of a matchup to start with as anything, I suppose. This is going to be really interesting to watch with all of the war sleds here for Kislev. Sled, single entity type of playstyle here for Kislev. Shishchi is going to be going in really deep on Malden's infantry corps. A lot of Marauders and Chaos Warriors here. Couple Chaos Warhounds, a couple throwing axes early is going to be really nice because they'll be able to put pressure on the Incarnate Elemental, the Ice Witch, and the Frostworm here. And honestly, War Sled's damage output at range really isn't anything to be too scared of in terms of range damage output on a cavalry unit at the very least. You will definitely take some damage, it's not insubstantial. It's just not nearly... The light war sleds are actually a little bit better at shooting single entities, in my experience, than they are counter-skirmishing missile cavalry. We're going to see throwing axes moving forward. You're going to get a nice volley off against one of these monsters here. A little bit slow moving them around here for Shishchi. Definitely needs to preserve as much HP on these beasties as possible. I'm sure we'll get a Patriarch summon in soon. If you're gonna go for war sleds and single entities, that's really where the money is at. Because Kislev doesn't really have any passive healing. They need the Patriarchs with Solyaks to be able to keep their units in the fight longer than they otherwise normally would. Man, you can just see how much damage these throwing axes actually can throw down. It's pretty crazy. Ooh, peppering the Incarnate Elemental, dropping almost 600 HP with that one volley. Horsemen have paid themselves off by about half already, just with a few good tosses in there, and another really nice one on the way out here. Should pull back behind the infantry. There's a lot of war sleds here poking away. Valkia just needs to fly back. Valkia can't fight all these monsters and get shot by the sleds. If she can just stay away, that'll be a big win for Khorne, because you can just push the objectives with all this infantry. Like, yeah, the sleds and the monsters are pretty scary, but as long as you can build up some Minotaurs behind it, you can pretty easily cap up the number 3 here with a couple Marauders and a Chaos Warrior. Get them in a nice boxy little bunch like on these blue lines as I'm laying out here. Minotaurs can kind of just be sitting on the green. You can just poke and prod at the war sleds with your throwing axes as needed, I guess. With 4 sleds here, you can see that one of the Marauder Horsemen has been shot back. Don't know what we're going to see elsewise coming out here. Looks like some Khorne Gores. Really good unit against Kislev. Kislev does not like the Khorne Gore halberds. They just shred through so many of their important units. Stuff like Griffin Legion get countered pretty hard by Khorne Gores. Big beasties have a pretty hard time sitting on top of them. War sleds can kind of run over Khorne Gores, but even there, that's not like a perfect solution, right? Khorne is being very, very nice right now. You don't want to get too crazy, but you don't want to leave so much space for Kislev to work with. Again, there's just so much room to advance up here and either force the war sleds into engagements or to simply hang on to this objective. And Kislev's actually going to flip it. Minotaurs move in. Minotaurs will be able to hold here all right. Definitely want a little bit of Khorne Gore support underneath them because the damage output from Frostworms is really nasty against monstrous units. The collision attacks of the Frostworm are one of the reasons that they're so strong. They just, like, pound away at these monstrous type of units. You can see the Minotaurs here really not doing too hot with the triple monster build on top of them right now. Getting handled very, very roughly right now. Gonna be going down, but the Khorne Gores do get underneath all this. We get a Daz's Song of Winter Sunlight and a Solyak's really nice AoE stuff coming in. You can see, though, the Incarnate Elemental is getting worn out. Those AP halberds really starting to rack the value up. Very, very safe and consistent unit if used properly. And this is about where you'd want to be sending them on average. Minotaur is actually able to hang in here and get the Incarnate Elemental to crumbling and end up with about 1,000 value. And now catching the Patriarch. This is a disaster for Shishji. Very expensive and important unit here, the Patriarch. This guy is not, what, more than 1,000, I think, with his kit. I think Solyak's and Daz's should be about 950 gold with him on a horse, but he's able to squeak away just barely. Still a bit of an investment for that guy. You definitely want to leave a couple of Chaos Warriors here. Having them all bunched up like this does help a little bit to stop the momentum of chariots and cavalry. It's not really great, though. It's still going to be a little bit tough. Get the Frostworms moving in. They're going to slap around some of these Marauders. See how disruptive these things are, too, against infantry. Their attacks just send people flying. Just like massive numbers of bodies get affected by these things. It's going to get a really nice Hawks of Miska. I mean, absolutely perfect. We get a follow-up charge from the Griffin Legion behind it. Look at the HP just melting off of these poor Marauders. And Terror Route's going down. You've got the Cavalry also chipping away at their HP. Honestly, it could be a lot worse for Khorne. This break is definitely painful. But you see the Griffin Legion getting stuck up in here, and there's a lot of Khorne Gores saturating in underneath now. Very hard to withdraw through all of this. The best thing to do with the Griffin Legion is try to get them out on this side of the formation. You can see them starting to peel away. Get free. One Griffin Legion looking alright, but the other is just beat to hell already. And only 200 value, man. That's how Khorne wins these type of games against mobile builds. They really suck you in with bodies, force you to interact with them on the point. You get some good engagements, but Khorne just throws forward, counters slowly but surely, and just surrounds your important units. Another really good isolation on the Patriarch here. This Minotaur unit, man, hanging in to the bitter end. 1900 value on a Minotaur unit that got bullied really early on. Just goes to show how powerful these beastie boys are, man. Down and out for the count now, but more than worth the price paid for them. Now we do have some Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion grabbing the #1. Still really need to see Malden playing the objectives a little bit better. That's really the only complaint I have about the play, though. You can see Valkia is very low. She hasn't gotten to do a whole lot. She just keeps getting poked by these AP missiles. The Chariots could be a little bit more aggressive. I mean, all this infantry on the field, and they really haven't been up to much except for shooting some skirmishers, so the value is pretty limited on these things. It's not bad, but I just don't love the passivity with them. You've got these big monsters to force blobs like this. If you have the Chariots running through this infantry and breaking down all the Chaos Warriors especially, then Kislev might be able to hang on to these objectives a little bit better. But as is, it's just the Ice Witch and the Frostworm doing a lot of the heavy lifting with some good cav charges, but running into an awful lot of armor now. I mean, the Marauders were one thing to break. All these Chaos Warriors are just a completely different animal, though. 110 armor on these guys. Compare that to, where are the Marauders, man? I mean, Marauders have, what, 35 armor, I think. Very, very poorly defended from heavy cavalry. Chaos Warriors don't have that same problem, and they got much better leadership as well. Khorngor's getting pushed back a little bit. They've done fairly well for themselves. They've just been a nice little tool to grind a little bit of value, stay fairly even, and also force Kislev to maneuver a little bit more than I think they really want to. Also a nice tool for dissuading the Chariots from charging around and being super obnoxious. Wrathmonger's in underneath everything now. Obviously a very powerful unit, just excellent at grinding out their 1500 gold value cost. Typically gonna get even more Bloodweight Berserkers, or, you know, the ROR version, and even scarier than a baseline Wrathmonger, which is really saying something. I mean, your basic Wrathmonger unit is gonna be able to actually do some good damage against light war sleds. The mass on light war sleds is 2,000. There's only 4 models, though, and Wrathmongers have 400 mass each, so 5 of these guys together is equaling the mass of the light war sleds. You can see they just can't push through this unit. They actually run up into the side and get stuck in the Wrathmongers and then drag to their doom immediately. This is why you need all of the Chariots going in together. All of the Chariots at once will easily be able to run over the Wrathmongers, but one at a time, and you can see the cost. I mean, the unit had 100 value, now up to 800. They're getting on the back of the Griffin Legion. You can see the heavy sleds and the light sleds charging in here, going to get some nice damage off, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, Malden is playing very close in the value. It's usually a pretty bad sign for Kislev when they go Monster Mash. You're already limiting yourself with a small number of units. Your cavalry is hard-hitting, but when they have to just grind through these kind of numbers, that's where you're going to see some serious problems. The Wrathmongers still chipping away. See some nice fire coming in from the Marauder Horsemen. Marauder Horsemen, there's been a few up and down moments for them, but overall I would say that Malden has done exactly what you need to do with these guys. Keep them behind the front line here. Use them to just pepper the monsters and the sleds as they're on the way in. Minotaurs here. A really nice trap. Excellent mass for them to be able to stop up all these monsters. Chariots. Valkia does not need to be landing in here. The risk of her dying is just not really what you want in a close game like this. I mean, this is a pretty decisive moment for the match, but really with what you've got in this engagement, you've got the Minotaurs already, you've got Wrathmongers, you've got plenty of Chaos Warriors, and the throwing axe is peppering all the while. Should be enough to drag down the Ice Switch. And kill the Incarnate Elemental again. Incarnate Elemental has been struggling all game. Really not seeing a good performance out of that thing. Warriors really don't have much value to speak of. At least the couple that I've been checking. Just like 200, 300 value. 266, 356. It looks like it looks really bad. It looks way worse than the reality, which is that they're not really meant for doing a whole bunch of damage to any of this stuff. They're just a really nice buffer tool for all of your other true counters. And they do it while holding the line exceptionally well, which is all they've been up to. I mean, they have just not given up the ghost for anything. I mean, all of these Chaos Warriors have been out the entire game, man. And I really love Malden's commitment to defending the points now. I mean, he's done a pretty good job of it in the middle stages of the game. Needs to get some stuff up on the #1 objective to continue holding on to it. Good cycle charging coming in from Shishji. Just going after these Marauders, but not going to be able to do it before the Korngors get here. They do get on the corner. You can see them flipping the cap weight pretty quickly, and the Dervishes are not going to hold up well against a Korngor. Barely getting it done against the Marauders, as is. Dervishes are very good against more lightly armored factions. Khorne has just got a little too much going on for the Dervishes to be a truly effective unit. The best thing you can use Dervishes for against Khorne is for cleaning up Fleshhounds and Furies, and maybe hounding Marauders on occasion. But the second Korngors and Warriors and Minotaurs come out, that's where Dervishes really fall off. Minotaur over here with 3,900 value, has been grinding all game. It died off once, been resummoned obviously. Did even better this time around. Incarnate Elemental falls again. The Ice Switch looks like she's also died off. And Kislev does have this middle point, but ticket situation not favorable enough for Kislev to get the win on the double cap. They're just off. They really have to secure this triple here. We do have some Chaos Warhounds looking to skirt around and get up on the #2. Winged Lancer on the way in. Somehow Kislev has a chance here. I mean, if they can somehow bunker bust this #1 objective, then they can for sure squeak a win away here. If Malden is smart, he gets the Horsemen on the back side of this objective and just leaves the Chaos Warhounds on the #2 here to try and grab that. There's going to have to be a response from our Kislevite player, and you can see Kosovo Dervishes coming in, trying to grab it. Korngor's just eating the charge of all of these Dervishes, and also the heavy war sleds, and Kislev really not pushing through here at all. Although there is a tear route going down on the Korngors. Korngor leadership falling apart here a little bit. Oh my god, and a double break, and part of the problem here for Khorne is that the Lord died, and Kislev gets the... Oh my god, Kislev got the cap. Dervish is fighting the Warhounds, though, and losing currently, and Khorne is going to grab the #2 objective now. Rallying Korngors on the middle here. And one of them does have its unbreakable trait proccing currently. The other one about to get it. Really nice Horn of Khorne on top of these Korngors as well. Excellent for allowing them to value trade a little bit better. They're going to drag down most of these Horse Archers, and I think even with this back cap, just a really nice presence on the #2 objective is going to win Malden this game. Awesome stuff here, man. Back and forth. Definitely a few things each player could have done to maybe make this a little easier on themselves. Kislev was a little too self-preserving with the war sleds. I know you don't want to just YOLO them around too crazily, but being aggressive with chariots against heavy infantry formations is almost always a good idea. It's pretty easy to push through and pull around as long as the formation is scattered out. The second Corps started to consolidate their infantry on the points is where Kislev really started to run out of room. And where Malden was able to equalize the value, keep it nice and close while still racking up the objective tickets, and that's really what made the difference. It's a cool build, though, and Shishji did a pretty damn good job of keeping himself in this one. I just would like to see a little bit more maneuvering out of him, pull the Korn army apart a bit more. Missed a lot of opportunities to poke the off objective. I know that it's your opponent's home objective, but it's not a bad idea at all to go after it regardless. There's some ins and outs there that can be discussed endlessly. That's just my personal opinion, though. Always good to just put pressure on your opponent to respond to objectives that they don't have a strong presence on. I suppose so, Suga. I mean, I hear you on that. I'm just talking more about, like, the outright awful shit that the U.S. government's up to right now. Because it's just absolutely embarrassing and abysmal, man. That's what really breaks my heart. We're gonna get some Kislev play here. Again, but a much different build this time. Empire for Hire. Been practicing quite a few factions, is back on Kislev after a little bit of a diversion onto some of the others like Ogre Kingdoms and Empire for a minute. We'll see how he can do against the double Bone Giant with Bone Daddy Kotep here.
Enemies too great. No
Sandstorm and Usirian's really good spell kit, always a pretty good choice just to go anti-cav against heavy armor factions like Kislev. So Usirian's is a double strength Melkoth's essentially, maybe not double strength. 13 seconds as compared to 22 seconds, but it's a very, very efficient spell at 10 Winds of Magic. See, Melkoth's is 6 to 10, you get 22 seconds instead of 13, you get a nice effect on speed as well. Definitely will be really nice for any Griffin Legion or Winged Lancers that come out. Kislev, though, I don't really know if you need a whole bunch of heavy cav against the Tomb Kings. Although I guess I actually think Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion will do really well here. Just because Horse Archers and Skeleton Horsemen are such a critical component to Tomb King objective presence. Being able to equal their speed and massively outtrade their cavalry. With your superior armor and shock damage, definitely something that's worth exploring. Zargard with great weapons across the board in the opening, including the Dash's Hearthblades, which is a very fun ROR unit. Get some fire damage, and they get a bound use on the Dash's Song. Can buff that front line up back to full vigor in a critical moment. Gonna be a little tricky to use, but we'll see what the results end up being. A little hard to call it just starting out here. Pretty nice positioning right now on the infantry and the Bone Giants from the Tomb Kings. They're gonna get a really nice opening volley off on the Little Grom. Little Grom dropping it down from afar, fighting against a Bone Giant. You know, Little Grom is one of the best artillery pieces in the game. Usually more than a match for just about any other single entity piece, but double Bone Giant is just a lot of health, man. I mean, it's 25,000 plus HP, plus you get Stone Shaper, which is a cool little tech. You get the armor and missile resistance on the Giants. I mean, 10% damage is a 10% HP buff, which means that you're functionally trying to get through 13,000 plus HP now. And I just don't see Little Grom being able to get through it in a reasonable amount of time. Plus, you've got the restores. Lots of like here for the Tomb Kings in the range trading, but we do have the Hearthguard making their way in now. The other Zarguard and the Watchman and the Knight getting engaged in a very nice frontline fight here. Gonna get a Bound Sandstorm from Kotep. It's gonna do quite a bit of damage. It does have a little bit of AP as well. Taking a chunk, though, here. And it looks like, yeah, Death Frost hitting him as well. And oh, Little Grom is trying to snipe Kotep. Very sneaky and smart. Definitely the right call. No point in trying to grind through the Bone Giants right now. It's just going to be a bit of an exercise in futility. Trying to get rid of the Lord is definitely the way to go about it right now. Look at the Frost Maiden riding around the pillar to get after Kotep in personal combat. She dropped a really nice Death Frost on him. And she wants to put the moves on Kotep. Kotep is not a good combatant. It's actually a little bit worse than the Frost Maiden. Actually, he's about the same. She has a little less weapon strength, more melee attack, really not much else, I guess. Man, that's kind of wild, though. I mean, he is a legendary character. You'd hope he'd be a little bit more effective in combat. That's kind of the trade-off, though, because he does have this Lich Staff, which is just an absolute nightmare for factions that want to spell spam. He can just drop all of his own casts and just never allow you to even use your magic. But he only has the one spell to utilize that. Typically, if you want to go for the Lich Staff with Kotep, you want to bring Usirians and then something like Jaffs. Jaffs cost 3 WOM. You just pop this on its 28-second cooldown, and you'll constantly be able to cycle between the two spells and have Lich Staff up at all times. So Frostmaiden gets a Death Frost off on Kotep, and Kotep's going to go down here. You also have the Georgina, who looks like he might have been putting some pressure on our boy. Is actually going to get fisticuffs with the Bone Giant now, just running in underneath him and attacking this big old monster head on. Pretty gutsy of him, but really not a bad call. He does have pretty decent stats for melee combat. Georginas are a very interesting unit. They get restocked, they have some other really nice synergies with Little Grom and some of the other like ranged pieces that you can utilize as Kislev. Add on the good weapons, or the decent weapon strength. I wouldn't really say it's like anything exceptional, but reasonably strong for his cost, and then decent stats all the way around with a good missile. That's got some decent damage output. He can fight a Bone Giant in melee combat, because these Bone Giants are just really awful in melee. Like, no melee attack. A whopping 23 right now for one of them, with it being drained. Melee defense ain't looking much better. That's usually the way to go about beating Bone Giants. Trying to beat them in an artillery duel usually doesn't go too well, because that's like one of the few things that Bone Giants are good against, is single entity artillery pieces. You can see them really punishing the Little Groms, but they don't have the restores anymore. The Necrotect appears to have gone down. Kotep isn't here to pop the lore passive. Well, I guess it doesn't work on constructs, so wouldn't even be getting the benefit there. Neru's Incantation of Protection would have also been a pretty nice spell to have here. Neru's gives 40% Fizz Res. It's really not a lot of magic damage that Kislev throws out. Oath Brothers of Tor and the Ice Guard are really the only units that have magic damage at base. Frost Maidens do, I guess, but they're not getting through the armor on the Bone Giants. They don't have, like, the best armor in the world, but 80 is pretty respectable. It does only go down to 60 when they're debilitated, so really not looking too bad. Little Grom finishes one of the Bone Giants. One Bone Giant down, one more to go. Frontline for Kislev looking real beat up. Didn't truly grind out that impressive of a value total, but all of the skeletons have died up here on the front line. And back pressure, there's a lot of skeleton horse pressure back here for the Tomb Kings. You can see a lot of the skelly horseman bodies back here as dervishes and winged lancers just kind of ran those guys down. Very nice defensive effort from Empire here. And it's really a matter of time now. Eyes of the Desert and one Bone Giant is a nice little missile core, but I just don't see the Tomb Kings finding a way to rally here. And look at that little Grom damage. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's disgusting value. Just a couple of well-placed shots from the two little Groms here, chunking down this very expensive elite unit for the Tomb Kings. Absolutely brutal results here, man. Oh, you hate to see it. Good call, though. Good targeting priority as well. Jujina just hanging back. Doesn't need to do a whole lot. Just needs to drop the restocks for his little Groms. With the Eyes of the Desert going down, that's definitely going to be GG. Winged Lancers are going to be able to maneuver very freely. There's nothing to get rid of these remaining Zargard. Even though they're beat up, they're just like an insanely stalwart set of units to have on the point. And their cap weight should still be better than the Skellies, yeah. Wow, man. 3.9... 4.4 cap weight, 1.7 and the unit is basically dead. And the Skellies here with whopping 1.5 cap weight. Brutal shot from Little Grom. Don't know why it's shooting skeletons there, but hey, whatever gets it done, right? I mean, it killed like 30 models on that unit. That's so vicious, man. Kotep grinding. Looks like not a summoned Snow Leopard, but just an actual unit on the field here. Going after Kotep and attacking the Skelly Horseman here. Winged Lancers eat a really nasty shot from the Bone Giant. Definitely not ideal for them, but it should be a pretty nice and easy hold here for Kislev, keeping back these Skeleton Horsemen. Another really nice Bone Giant shot. Did pay for itself. This one got 2,000 value. It's got a lot of ammo left, too. But Little Groms here are going to finish this bad boy off, I think. Eats a shot, staggers, and is now going to have to start his animation again. Although it looks like he gets a little janky looking. So I guess if you get staggered, you don't actually lose the wind-up animation on the Bone Giant. It's kind of good to know. I thought he was going to have to start it all over again, but instead just insta-draws and is able to hit the Little Grom and get a little revenge, but he's crumbling now. Bone Giant is dead and gone. Eats one last cannonball. Actually gets double tapped. One to the face, no less. Gonna plummet to the ground, and we're gonna watch as Kislev just winds the clock out here. You can probably just fast forward through this. You'll see the Tomb Kings player probably scrap a little bit longer, but the numbers game is just not looking good, and Empire has a nice amount of supplies. You see some Skeleton Horsemen getting run away by Dervishes. Dervishes really don't trade super effectively against Skeleton Horsemen, but that's not because they lose the one-on-one or anything. The reason that Dervishes lose the fights against Skeleton Horsemen are 125 gold less for about the same performance, and it's a little bit easier to swarm with the Skeleton Horsemen than the other way around. It's usually the reason that you see a decent number of Dervishes, but also, you know, like 2 or 3 Winged Lancers at the bare minimum for Kislev in this matchup. You can see the Winged Lancers are just charging down these Skeleton Spearmen, doing some nice damage. They could pop out and go charge down this other one that's out here on the edge of the #1 objective. Mordheim Beowulf's currently fighting against them. Not really the Beowulf's cup of tea. They don't do too well into chaff infantry to begin with, just because of how expensive they are. Plus, it's a unit with a bonus versus large, and the melee defense is okay at 41, but even against something like a Skeleton Spearman, that's going to falter when they have such a small amount of armor. Good flanking shots from Sepulchral Stalkers coming in, gonna help clean these Beowulfs up, but Kislev grabs the number 1. Winged Lancers just destroying the Skeleton Horsemen here. I mean, true blue brutality in the making. A very quick crumble out on those guys. Poor little horsemen just don't have a hope of fighting something so heavily armored with such good shock damage. Sepulchral Stalker's a little tied up. Boydnov's Brawler's coming in. Gonna get some really nice volleys from the flank here. Oh, baby. Bye-bye, Horsemen. Sepulchral Stalker's not gonna be long in the folding there. But we're gonna get a tap out from the Tomb King's player before that even happens. I love Boydnovs. They're such a cool unit. Shotgun Streltsy. What's not to like about that, you know? They get better stats than normal. They look cool. You know, it's Boris and all 90 or all 89 of his twins. It's the same dude on cooldown here. I guess they have different beards. Slightly different beards. Jeez Louise, man. I don't know. Apparently angry and bald is the only criteria for joining that unit. Which is respectable, I guess. Yeah, good value, and they really only got one volley off. They just deleted that horseman. They were doing good damage to the stalkers that were on the field. Would have been fun to see them get another volley off and nuke another unit, but, you know, as it is, got a really nice taste of the Kislev durability here. I mean, the Hearthblade's got 2100 value. Zargard here with 1300, 14 on another. Just bodies racked up in full here with 244 kills on some of these guys, 326 on the upper end. Gnarly stuff, man. Yeah, seriously. The average Slavic Chad for sure. I think I've had my fill of Kislev for the time being. Let's move on to some other factions and some other matchups. I'd really like to see some Beastmen here. Beastmen against Lizardmen, no less. Bird is helming the Lizardmen, though, and while this is a really ugly matchup for the Lizardmen usually, Bird did mention reaching into the bag of tricks for a few matchups, so I'm curious to see how this plays out. It's a pretty straightforward Lizard build here, but not as many skirmishers as I was really expecting to see. A lot of Saurus, actually. Saurus can definitely pummel on the light armor that Beastmen offer, but I will say Saurus are incredibly weak to the chariot and mobility spam that Beastmen have access to, so it's going to be interesting to watch and see how this very slow burn Lizardman build plays. Got a couple skink cohorts with the javelins, a chameleon skink, and one skink skirmisher. They're going to get up here and slow the roll of the Beastmen for a moment, but Beastmen get to vanguard like most of their army. You can see they just jump up on the objective nice and quick. Going to be trying to hang on to it. A sad situation. Also, with a little bit of pressure out in the woods here, going to be maneuvering over and could jump up on the number 1 if there's an opportunity that presents itself. Definitely don't want to go too hard. It would be really nice to keep these two infantry units out here. just poke up onto the number 1, threaten the cap, and see if Bird overextends units to try and answer that. Beastmen are very good at maneuvering, obviously, with how fast all of their units are. And they love fighting in the forest, because every Beastman unit has woodsmen. So even stuff like Synagores and large targets that would normally lose stats in trees retain their bonuses and have a huge leg up over something like a Coldwind Spear Rider. More spears coming in. We get a Feral Bastillodon coming up. Bird really loves this very cheap terror-causing unit. I've seen him throw it out on more than one occasion, and honestly fairly regularly. I'm going to be trundling in here. Slan Fire Priest with Cascading Fire Cloak and Burning Head, really good choice. Skeleton, or sorry, not Skeletons, Chameleon Skinks and Skink Skirmishers getting shot up by the Ungol Raiders here, though. And a really nice Flock of Doom to punish the retreat there. Chameleon's taking the worst of that. Very squishy unit on the HP front, so spellcasts, light Flock of Doom are exceptionally strong against them. Source Warriors getting hammered a little bit by the spellcast as well. Nothing too crazy from Malagor up to this point. Sons of Goros need to be careful. We've got Bird going very aggressively for a charge on them. Good response from a sad situation. Just going to be pulling back, although stopping the momentum right now, and the Synagore is going to get flanked here by the Coldwind Spear Riders. Not going to trade very well against these guys, especially with the second one screaming down the edge here. The Sons of Goros are an incredibly expensive unit. These guys are 1250 gold, and they just get absolutely ruined here by the Coldwind Spear Rider pressure. Ungors getting roasted by the Burning Head, and yeah, man, the Saurus Spears and the Cudgel-saurus just pummeling through the front line right now. Ungol Raiders looks like they're the ones who got nuked by the Burning Head there. Brutally effective spell against something like these little archers. They don't have a lot of HP either. And they only have 15 armor, which means Burning Head with the Greater Arcane Conduit and Kindle Flame can essentially one-shot the units. I really don't like Ungol Raiders against the Lizardmen unless you're going for some Vanguard shenanigans and you're going to be spreading the Lizardmen out a whole bunch. Very hard to defend with all of the backline pressure that the Lizardmen can throw out, plus the spell casting is obviously pretty hard to mess with. Synagores on the field maneuvering, but running smack into a Coldwind Spear Rider. A little bit of a blunder from both players. This is ultimately going to be more beneficial, though, for Bird. You add in a Blood Statuette of Spite, and the armor on the Coldwind Spear Riders is going to be a very easy win there for the Wizards. Really nice banishment coming down. Synagores delete the Skink cohorts, but every step of the way, no matter where it is on the field so far, Bird has just been getting the leg up. You haven't really seen the Beastman punishing anything. The Gorbel is very trapped up in just a whole bunch of units. Gorbel really should be the one trying to pressure the Slan Mage Priest, and Malagor really needed to be out here on the flank dropping Flock of Doom just to try and wear down Spear Riders and these blobs that are developing here. Good stuffing back here on the number 1. You've got the Pestigores and the Blackhorns Ravagers pinned up off of the objective. Bird is just going crazy right now, with not just good decision making, but excellent positioning, an excellent build. A little bit of fortune and luck here, with a couple of mistakes from the Beastman player, but just good punishes all the way around, man. Pterodons could fly over and start to drop bombs on top of the bunched up infantry over here. The bomb drop on top of the Gore Herd and the Pestigores would probably just finish this game here. And it actually looks like that's in fact Bird's plan. Alt clicks to get the unit positioned over the top of both these units. Oh my god, please, I want to see it. Full cleanup on the number 2 objective. Saurus just doing all kinds of work, grinding through infantry. They've gotten beat up pretty badly, but, you know, the nice thing about Saurus is that they hold to the end of time. As long as they got a little bit of HP and some leadership nearby, they'll usually be able to keep it going for you for pretty much the entire game. Oh, rock drop all over the face of these poor Gores. You can see the HP damage, pretty substantial. About 1,400 HP off of both those units. Now the Bola's just dropping from above, directly on top of these guys. Good AoE damage on lightly armored units. Probably going to end up with about 1,000 value at this pace. They might even get up to 11 or 12. More Bolas going crazy here, poking away at the Centaurs. Coldwind Spear Riders on their way out, but they're giving time for some value trading against a very annoying mobility tool for the Beastmen. Malagor is hovering overhead. He's getting really good value, which is not too surprising. Malagor is by far the most cost-effective Beastman Lord. You see him in just about every matchup. Amazing rotation on the Burning Head. Doesn't quite finish off the Centaur unit, but does get a little bit of poke on them. The other best option for the Beastman is a Doom Bowl. It's another... If you want a combat character, you go for the Doom Bowl. If you want your magic and a decent little hybrid melee caster, then you go with Malagor. And that's usually what the Beastmen are looking for anyways. You have Flock of Doom, you get Enfeebling Foe, both of those are really good spells. Plus you get some nice flexible stuff with, what's it called? Mantle of Gorok. Personal favorite spell of mine from Malagor. I believe he also gets access to Doom and Darkness, which is good in a couple of matchups, and then Savage Dominion, which is the Cygor summon. I've actually seen a few people using the Cygor summon lately. It's actually done some pretty good work in a couple of those games I've seen. Yeah, Gorbel getting roasted by the Umbral Tide. Now the Coldwind Spear Rider's just going to buffer him off of the Slain Mage Priest. He did get beat up, really hasn't done too much damage. 1,300 value is decent on the Slan. But he hasn't really needed to drop a whole bunch of Burning Heads. Just the solid positioning and decision-making from Bird has been the big difference maker in this game. He's got a pretty good hold over the points. Doesn't need to do anything too fancy from here on out. Now, the Beastmen have actually been able to rally a little bit, but the early picks are what are making the difference here. Sons of Goros dying out on the flank, and then the Centaurs getting worn on so hard by the consistent Coldwind Spear Rider pressure is really where the 2,300 gold value difference is coming from. I think maybe with a little bit more solid Centaur play, we could have seen a very different game here. Centaurs and, like I said, Razorgore Chariots are your answer to the infantry for the Lizardmen. Razorgore Chariots are very difficult to shut down. Even with Coldwind Spear Riders to hound them, Razorgore Chariots are actually quicker than the Coldwind Spear Riders, so they can still maneuver away. They've got crazy good mass, and the damage output, even against Saurus, is wicked strong. It's all the AP that those things have. Korok's Manripper's coming up. Would have been a nice unit to bring in earlier, actually. Instead of the Sons of Goros early on, maybe bringing in the Koroks to go sit on the number 2 objective could have been a better call, because the front line quality for the Beastmen was really weak in the opener of this game. They had a bunch of Ungor Spearmen. That's just never going to cut it against the Lizards. Even basic Skink cohorts are going to be able to grind through those guys, and you get no cap weight out of the Ungors either. My favorite combo for infantry as Beastmen here, Korok's Manrippers in the opening, plus a couple of Zangors. Zangors can beat the brakes off of Skinks, hold their own against Saurus, and then Korngors in reserve. A couple of them. And then you just bring up a couple of Goreherd with the dual axes. Goreherd with dual axes shred through skinks as long as they don't get hit by missile fire. Can be a little hard to defend against. And they can also trade reasonably well against Saurus. And it gives you a little bit of time to sit and fight while you build up mobility, maybe get out a Razorgore Chariot to clean up your opponent if they've got like a really deep infantry formation like what Bird had here. There's definitely a lot of flexibility for the Beastmen here. It's really not shining through this time. Malagor, 2,500 value. Excellent work done by him. Blackhorn's Ravagers advancing up once more, and you can see these guys on the head-to-head against the Saurus not doing too bad. I think they will ultimately lose out. Obviously, Skink Skirmishers on the flank is a problem, but Saurus just have more HP. It's usually why they're going to be able to outlast a Blackhorn's Ravager. That and the weapon strength. 52 weapon strength on the Saurus is just so tough to have to engage against, honestly. Beastman player didn't really do anything wrong outside of fumbling the Sons of Goros early on. I think you could probably stand to go a little bit lighter on all of these Ungor Spearherd and the Ungor Raiders. They're just not high quality enough to do a lot of heavy lifting in this matchup. A lot of Khorngors in reserve. I just don't see this many Khorngors being all that effective. You just really want something that can hold early on while still having Vanguard to grab points early. The reason Zangors are so nice because the Skink Skirmishers and Chameleon Skinks and the Javelin cohorts just can't do anything to them. Zangors have an overshield, they've got a silver shield. Their armor is mediocre at 50. It's still something. All of those things added together just mean that they'll never have to worry about the lizards pushing them off without magic hammering them as well. Oh, Kislev, and got some Wood Elves in here. Lizardman versus Khorne is going to be interesting to see. It's a lot of Chaos Warriors in reserve. Not one hundo on that choice, honestly. If you want to bring Chaos Warrior Halberds, you need to bring them in the opener, personally. Speaking from experience with trying to slow push Halberds onto the field, it's a very, very slow, laborious, and usually wasteful process. Malton's coming in here with Skulltaker. We've got the Nakai box build. Basically what you do with Nakai here is you just run him around with the Sacred Croxagores and a little bit of infantry support underneath. And you're just popping Miasma of Despair and Primal Roar to try and steamroll over positions. It's going to be a little tough against Khorne. This is a pretty good build against them, though. The Miasma lowering leadership and raising vigor on units is pretty painful for a melee-centric faction. And the Primal Roar benefits are substantial. 25 seconds, you get Fizz Res and 40 melee attack, which is nasty stuff on the lizards. Lizardmen usually are relying on their weapon strength and not their stats to wear out opponents. So when you can just buff their melee attack into the stratosphere in one fell swoop, that's where things can get a little bit scary, because people are usually expecting a long grind against Lizardman units, and the bonuses can really turn these guys into just an absolute steamroller with some good timing and charges. Rodder's getting poked by the Skirmishers, nothing too serious. All these warriors are just getting posted up. Malden doing a good job of playing the outside objectives. Bird just positioning up here on the middle, not going to get too reckless early. waiting for the Sacred Croxigores and the Red-Crested Skinks to get into position. Creeping forward a little bit, Malden playing the off angle and doing a pretty good job of hammering the Skink Skirmishers right now. Nice little charge here. Marauder Horsemen do win very hard against Skinks in melee, just because of the weapon strength and the charge bonus they have. Usually able to really hammer Skink Skirmishers, but a really nice Flock of Doom in response, or actually Curse of Honor here. So gonna be going for the stat debuffs here. Maybe a little bit speculative in terms of the timing on that cast. It's really better to use it on stuff that's stationary that can't escape from you. But maybe he was thinking the speed debuff and the poison was going to be enough to keep them locked down. But Khorne's going to be able to pull out in pretty good order. Malden going to go back to playing this objective. Honestly, you could stand to maybe loop a couple Chaos Warriors around to go after that number 3. There's really nothing hanging on to this currently. All these Minotaurs coming up. Malden is going to go for a frontline engagement now. And it looks like Khorne is going to oblige as well. Going to be really risky. And you've got Skulltaker overextending it right off the bat. Skulltaker could take this fight, but he needs to have Minotaurs with him. Otherwise, he's just going to get mulched by the Primal Roar and the Secret Croxigores with their magic damage. But luckily, only a couple of these guys trying to swing in on him. They are the cohort of Waddles, so they are applying the debuff to him with the Dazed Contact effect, lowering his already terrible melee defense. Speed also becoming an issue for him. You can see with the stacking penalties, down to 39 speed, and Nakai on the back of Skulltaker now is going to be a real problem. Oh, Skulltaker, not like this, please. Yeah, just gets surrounded and getting circle beaten, but gets pushed out by animations. This is where you need to get him out. Just pull him back into the forest. Make sure that your Minotaurs just keep hounding after the Sacred Croxigores here and keep them on the back foot. Now, Malden, one thing to bring against the Lizards is Flesh Hounds. Like, just a couple Flesh Hounds can really shut down Chameleon Skink and Skink Skirmisher play and do a great job of grinding through the little guys. Flesh Hounds have great weapon strength. So they usually are killing individual Skink Skirmisher models with each attack, and they can really hamper the ability of the Lizardmen to support their front line with their missile pieces as a result, if you have Flesh Hounds available. Nice Rev Crystal summon. Rev Crystal trundling its way in here under the radar, missing it a little bit. Definitely need to get the Sacred Croxigores a little bit of healing. It's an awfully scattered fight here in the forest, or a concentrated fight, I should say. I got a little bit of a spread out situation going on here for Khorne. You've got some Spear Riders flattening Chaos Warhounds. Could definitely turn, wheel about, and do it all again. Sora Spears looking to get onto the back of all of this. Khorne is somehow managing to hang in here, thanks to the Minotaurs. Minotaurs have pulled down one of the Sacred Croxigores. You can see them trying to wear out the other two, but that's going to be a very, very long, drawn-out process. Especially with the Rev Crystal heals. See, this Sacred Croxigore here is 1,300 value already. Getting that 10% heal, getting them up to about half their HP again. Got Nakai here. I'm sure he's going to be popping Miasma and the Primal Roar in a moment. Just slowly developing a value lead, and you can see some of the Chaos Warriors starting to rout now. This is going to be a big problem in the late game for the Khornate forces. The extra leadership that Skulltaker offers is amazing, but the second that leadership wears down to less than half, Nakai's terror-causing attribute is going to be an issue for these big blob fights, and that's where you're going to see the Minotaurs and the Warriors really start to falter, and then the Lizards are just going to overrun those units and kill them while they're running away with all of their cheap skinks and mobility, like Feral Cold Ones. Spear Riders aren't really cheap, but can still do the same thing. Ripperdactyl flying in overhead. Not sure if you want to land in here. I mean, there are halberds underneath Skull Taker now. You can see with the buffs, these guys are looking real saucy. And the halberds are a big problem for Sacred Croxagores. Sacred Croxagores can do well against Minotaurs and outlast them, but if there's also halberds underneath it, that's where things are really scary. And Ripperdactyls actually land in this fight and lose all of their HP already? What the hell just happened to them? Well, they landed on top of this halberd, and the halberds just tore them apart in seconds. Wow, what a way to go, man. Oh my goodness. I've never seen that before. That was filthy. Alright, well, the halberd's continuing to grind, but they're getting surrounded now. They've got all of these debuffs being applied to them. The Curse of Honor here has been doing a lot of work as well. If your opponent has the Beastcaster, really have to figure out some way to just get the magic offline. This is a matchup where Karnak can actually be pretty good against the Lizardmen, because Karnak hard counters Slan, and then he can also just kill a Skink Priest in a couple of hits. All you have to do with Karnak to kill a Skink Priest is get Prey the Blood God off on this little guy and get a couple of swings in. Karnak has a lot of weapon strength. He'll quickly get through 3,200 HP. It's actually a nice little hedge. It's a bit of a gamble. You know, Karnak doesn't do too good against big monsters that the Lizardmen have access to. Nor is he super effective against stuff like Coldwind Spear Riders, obviously. They have the anti-large attacks that can really chunk through him, but he's more of a hedge just in case your opponent brings something that is vulnerable to him. And especially like a Slan Priest of Life or Mazda Mundi. Mazda is a pretty common choice in this matchup as well. Put him on Zlok and just use Apotheosis all game with some of the other like Nets of Amontok. Comet of Cassandora can be pretty good against the Khorne infantry. Even though they have spell res, Comet just hits like a truck. So it's something to think about for the future if you're watching this Malden. You can shut down your opponent's magic pretty easy just by running in with Karnak. And you also, Karnak also locks down Nakai's ability usage. Not only does it affect spellcasting, but also the ability to cast Miasma of Despair and Primal Roar. That's always been one of Khorne's biggest weaknesses. The only drawback with Karnak is that he's an expensive investment. Like, if you want Karnak with his most efficient toolkit, you're spending 1,500 gold. If you want to do him with just the area denial spell, or the area denial ability, the brass collar, he's 1,300. The hell happened to this Crocs? Oh, it's doing like an exorcist here. I don't know if Croxagores are so flexible. Big rock falling in from somewhere. I don't know where the hell that's coming from. Hail the glorious rock. Very nice game by Bird. Just playing these matchups with a lot of foreknowledge and staying very consistent with the micro is the big thing, right? Domination games can go for a good long while, and you can definitely falter and lose focus in the middle of them and get yourself on the back foot and never really recover. But Bird is just getting in there, face-checking his opponent or maneuvering around them as needed, grinding them down, and just keeping that laser focus in, while his opponent just makes mistakes, and then Bird is able to capitalize on it. Really, the only thing that went wrong there was the Ripperdactyl dive. That was shocking for me to see, so I'm sure Bird was surprised in-game, but did a good job of rallying from that 1,100 gold unit just falling apart in record time. Alright guys, I'm going to take real quick break to go to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back, so stay tuned. Alright, folks. We're back. Thank y'all for hanging in. Let's get this back underway. You know what? Honestly, a nice little game between the, Chaos Doors and Kislev. Should be a really nice one to open up on. Look at this Kislev line. This is juicy. Oh my goodness, babe. Oh, Streltsy in a sunset. I love to see it. So you got maxed out Streltsy. You've got the Wolf Hearts here. Plus a couple of Armored Kossar Great Weapons, who are actually pretty good in this matchup. Armored Kossar Great Weapons do beat the Chaos Dowie Warriors. I believe they even beat the Chaos Dowie Warrior Great Weapons themselves, which is kind of fascinating. Although the reason they beat the Chaos Dowie Great Weapons, because then you can actually use the pistols. The pistols aren't really going to do a whole lot against the Chaos Dowie Warriors, but the AP damage that the Armored Kossars can throw down is pretty juicy. I mean, they've got pretty damn good weapon strength. 36 with the AP split that they have is no joke at all. It's about the same as most non-AP infantry. You can see here that there's just not nearly as much damage output that the Chaos Dowie Warriors can throw out. They've actually got less weapon strength than the armor-piercing variants. Usually the armor-piercing units have slightly lower weapon strength totals, just so they're not, like, brutally broken or anything. A good shot from Little Grom early, hitting the Deathstreak rocket, going to be focusing down one of these guys. Deathstreaks are going to turn their attention over to Little Grom, though, now. They got a really nice opening shot on the Streltsy. Streltsy looking to hit Astrogoth. Nice damage on Little Grom. Little Grom needs to get his revenge here. We'll see if it's going to happen. Maybe Little Grom really isn't the way to go against these Deathstreaks, man. I could have sworn that they would be much better than they are. They've been struggling pretty mightily. Beautiful Hellhammer. Oh my god. Oh, multiple Streltsy getting hit. The Wolf Hearts also take a bunch of damage. Little Grom is getting trolled right now. Okay, Deathstreak rockets against Kislev are just disgusting, dude. God. Yeah, Deathstreak Rocket just not going to win this right now. I think if you want to go for the Little Groms, you just can't bring one, and you have to bring, one of the, missile defense, buffs from one of the Lords, because Georgina has Cursed Frontier, and Mother Astankia has, her own ability that gives a 20% missile resistance buff to everything around her. I think if you're gonna be playing with Little Groms against the Chaos Dowie, you have to bring one of those Lords and get benefits out of them. Otherwise, your Little Grom is just gonna get hard countered. Beautiful Blizzard. Granite Guard basically on death's bed here. Ice Switch of Tempest Magic gonna actually go for Astrogoth here just to block him up. Just one more good volley from the Streltsy should finish him off. Astrogoth has been pummeled so far this game. He's trying to pull away, but he is very low. Also struggling with the speed getting debuffed by Stone Mantle, and then the Frostbite from the Ice Switch was actually active on him for a moment. Honestly, a good choice by the Ice Switch to get tangled up in the Granite Guard here. Just jumping in and attacking them keeps them from being able to point blanker. And even though they're pretty beat up, they still have 57 models. They would probably get her down to about a third of her HP with one good volley, despite how beat up they are. Chaos Dowie Warriors grinding away. The Armored Kossar's really not doing too hot. A lot of that, though, is because of the damage from the Death Shrieks. They've been dropping some pretty disgusting airburst shots here as of late. You got 2 incoming on this Armored Kossar right now. And they are going down to about half health, probably. Honestly, doing a little better than I was thinking they would. Still not loving the damage that they're suffering from, but the Streltsy and a couple of these guys are doing a pretty good job of cleaning up the front line for the most part. Got some Griffin Legion charging the Kadai Fireborn here, but Bull Centaur Renders coming in from the flank. What you do here as Empire, you gotta pull out so that the Bull Centaurs don't get the flank off. And then the best thing you could do is just get multiple Griffin Legion and just bum rush down the Bull Centaur Renders. Bull Centaur Renders fold up pretty badly if there's multiple Griffin Legion or Winged Lancers attacking them. They don't have a lot of armor. You can see them not doing too hot on the charge with the Griffin Legion, but as Glorious Charge wears off, the Bull Centaur Renders just going to outlast the heavy cavalry here. They'll still have enough models to be able to get in and do some appreciable damage after all is said and done. Things in the Woods, wearing out the Blazing Beards of Basharik and the Chaos Dowie Warriors. Kadai Fireborn not doing too hot, and another Things in the Woods gets into this fight with a few volleys from the Streltsy, who are on the high ground here, able to wear down the demonic monstrous infantry for the Chaos Dwarves in good order. Pretty good standing, but those Death Shrieks just continuing to pound the missile line. Astrogoth out here, 1200 HP, somehow still alive. Is trying to sneak through the trees and get into this fight, but that speed is just so abysmal right now. Eats a lot of unnecessary damage on the way in. Loses about 300 HP. Armored Kossar great weapons can also get some damage in on him. Truthfully, just leaving the Streltsy here to fight Astrogoth is probably the better bet, because he's so low you might just kill him outright with a couple of lucky hits. Prox cascading Fire Cloak on himself. Black Hammer of Hashut is activated. Gonna get some good damage in. We've actually got some Kislevites Warriors trundling in. Kossovite Dervishes getting messed up by the Bull Centaur Renders, though. Really not a good choice of target for Kossovite Dervishes. They just don't have the charge bonus or damage output to really contend with Bull Centaur Renders. Just moving the Kislevites Warriors up here is enough of a deterrent, honestly. Would have been plenty. Things in the Woods actually sneaking into the back line and getting one of these Death Shriek or rocket launchers offline for the time being. Might rally, but it is pretty beat up, although its leadership is stabilizing already. Dervishes can actually kill Death Shriek rocket launchers. You can do some pretty nasty stuff with flanks to shut these things down as Kislev, just with your bare bones cavalry. A couple of these guys in the woods here would force a lot of defensive positioning out from the Chaos Dwarves, and they really can ill afford that, because you can see that Kislev, despite the struggles that they've experienced, actually has a stranglehold on all 3 points right now. There's nothing really available for the Chaos Dwarves to be able to hang on to these objectives. The Shriekers are doing a very good job of wearing down the infantry, but it's been very slow going. And Kislev's unbreakable and just the really solid, stalwart defenses that they have has made this a nightmare scenario for them. They just aren't able to get any decisive wins. And there's been some problems with their big, expensive units. The Bull Centaur Renders have been doing well, but the Kadai Fireborn that I've seen come out on the field have been less than ideal up to this stage. Good dodge with the infantry here. That's how you avoid the Death Shrieks. Taking a little bit of damage here, but could have been a lot worse. Both of those rockets had hit, it would have been GG's. And wow, look at the Death Shriek rocket launcher shattering back here. That is a huge loss. It's got 10 volleys left. And Things in the Woods here, I mean, only 7 of these guys left, but any damage that they can put down and occupy and keep this Death Shrieker from firing is more than worth it, with the fact that there's just a bunch of very solid Kislevites units coming out with nothing to really push them back on the field. See the Kadai moving over, Dervishes just swarming the Bull Centaur Renders here. Again, not really trading out all that well. It's fine for the time being. Griffin Legion gonna get a good flank charge off here, potentially. It would be better if they were trying to charge the Bull Centaur Renders, but they can still throw down some good damage on the Kadai Fireborn. Dive Fireborn armor is 80, which is solid, if a little bit unspectacular for the cost. These things are 1450 gold. You'd like them to be a little bit more defended on the armor front, but they should be able to outlast the Griffin Legion here, but they will take a lot of damage in the process. And with the triple cap, I think Kislev, if they just keep throwing infantry and bodies forward, will probably be able to win this game out. And look at Astrogoth's Shatters! Armored Kossar, great weapons, able to get enough damage on him to push him off the field. Another G'day Fireborn coming in. Infernal Guard Fireglaves out, waiting for an opportunity. Ice Witch just needs to stay alive. Don't want to lose the leadership for Kislev. His Deathstreak Rocket has 6 shots left. You have got to track the airburst projectile. When you have infantry on the field, it's a very quick-firing artillery piece, but the arc of these shots is so high. Even though they fire every 4 seconds, it takes about 10 seconds for the shot to actually land and reload. So, you know, you can add another little bit onto there for the reload time. All you have to do to avoid these Deathstreak rocket shots is wait for them to fire. The second the rocket comes out of the Deathstreak rocket launcher, just move your infantry in the opposite direction they were moving, and it'll miss every single time. They're very inaccurate when you're paying attention to them and just dodging away. The demo rocket does track. That one is much harder to dodge, and I wouldn't even say is really even doable in terms of dodging. Beautiful Blizzard, excellent patience by Empire hanging on to that Blizzard, and I think that's an overcasted Blizzard, no less. And, I mean, you can just see the devastation it wreaks on Infernal Guard Fireglaze. I mean, one-shot this unit, basically. I mean, they're down to 28 models, and they honestly dodged out of the very center of the spellcast, but just suffer immensely for their efforts regardless. And 2100 on the Ice Switch, just a couple of good casts. That's why it's so good in this matchup. Always, always bring Blizzard against the Chaos Dwarves, just for that one reason. Your opponent brings some heavy infantry. Boom, gone. Infernal Guard, Iron Sworn, Infernal Guard Fireglaves, blobs of Chaos Dwarf Warriors, Blazing Beards of Basharik. All of it very much on the table for clearing through with the Tempest magic. I do like mixing in Hawks of Miska as well, just because you don't always see warrior walls from Chaos Dowie. I've seen some really wicked Hobgoblin lines. Hawks of Miska can just mitigate the odds that your opponent just works around Blizzard by bringing a bunch of really low-quality garbage, and then you can just route everything by dropping Hawks of Miska and ruining the leadership on all the crappy Hobgoblin units. Deathstreak still throwing the damage down, but only 2 shots left and 3,000 value. This is why artillery may look absolutely absurd in terms of the value that it can get, and you can still lose a game. I mean, there's just no movement on the points. Like, even though the Chaos Dwarves have done a pretty good job, they even had value lead for a lot of this game, they just have slowly lost it because they can't get bodies up on the points to start capping in time. And they actually lose on the number 1 with the Kislevite Warriors, just doggedly hanging on to that objective. Now you've got the G'day Fireborn here, getting shot up by the Streltsy, an amazing dodge. Just every little bit helps. City Man unsummons the Deathstreak rocket launcher, and now the Streltsy are going to get to pound away from here, and they're going to ruin every one of these Chaos Dwarf units moving up on the number 2 objective. Bull Centaur Renders will get hammered by them. Chaos Dowie Warriors do have the Silver Shields, but when they're in melee combat, they don't get the benefits of that, and there's 2 things in the woods here to pressure down the Chaos Dowie Warriors. Kotsovite Dervish is coming in. I would just send them to this side point. Just stuff this as long as possible and hold on to it. Ice Witch could sit on the corner of that point as well and provide cap weight. Always use your single entities to hang on to points when you're lacking numbers on objectives. It's more than worth it. It's 3 cap weight, and single entities never lose any, they never lose any cap weight like cavalry or infantry do. So even when your lords are low, kind of like this Ice Witch is, if you just micro her around the edges of the objective, it's a very easy way to slow down caps and have something for her to do, so she's not just a totally superfluous element on the field. I mean, the double Death Shriek was a nightmare. It was not pretty for Kislev, but that's kind of how they win this matchup most of the time, is just squeaking by with just bare minimum wins. Triple capping Chaos Dwarves when possible, surviving the Death Shriek rockets any way you can, and just winning in the front line and in the range game because of the advantage with the magic. The Blizzard is literally a game-winning spell in this matchup. If you are not bringing Blizzard against Chaos Dowie, you're setting yourself up for a loss. Like I said, I mean, it one-shots a Fireglaive. It does massive damage to stuff like blunderbusses and any infantry. It's gravy. Pure gravy. The Khatai Fireborn, you know, you look at the value here, it doesn't look as bad as it really is, because these guys came in multiple times. I mean, they were getting like 500, 600, 800 on the upper end in one life. The Centaur Renders were the actual heavy lifters in terms of the mobility presence for the Chaos Dwarves here. Demon's Tongue not getting to come out either was a big problem. There were some Warbear Riders to hedge against that. I think this is probably one of the few matchups where Warbear Riders are worth it, because Warbear Riders are really bad against other monstrous units. Not very good against cavalry either, but they are amazing against single entities. They have tons of mass. Their weapon strength is amazing. They had a huge bonus versus large. They can actually kill these trains. One sec, guys. Just answering a question real quick. I don't even know if it's worth watching Beastmen versus Vampire Counts. This, guys, is one of the hardest matchups in the game to win. Vampire Counts are a very strong faction, and Beastmen just don't have tools to handle them. I've won, like, one game against Vampire Counts as Beastmen. And it was with a very cheesy full mobility build. This is probably going to be a nightmare for a sad situation. Maidon is a pretty good player as well. That doesn't help anything at all. Brought a tank engineer. I'm gonna watch that game, Skull Taker. Look, dude, actually, Soul Grinders are good in a few matchups. They're a little situational, but they actually are a pretty good unit. I can, if you want, Skull Taker, I can, DM you on Discord about the good matchups for the Soul Grinder, because there's actually a handful. Gorbel, I have Morsley, Butcher's a Kalkengard, and Malagor with Flock of Doom and Enfeebling Foe. Not bad. The problem here is all the passive healing that you run into, plus these terrifying Dragon Lords. They just absolutely dunk on you as the Beastman. There's just not a lot you can do. You have to, like, punish your opponent's fumbles if you're going to win this matchup. The biggest problem for the Beastmen is that stuff like Unger Raiders, which are very effective against Crypt Horrors and Corpse Carts, just get destroyed by Zombie Summons, Scab Scraith, Black Knights, Direwolves, Fellbats. Also that, Breath Attacks. Bye-bye, Unger Raider. There's just no way to protect your missile units, and it's impossible to grind through vampire counts with the corpse carts. I mean, if your opponent gets to sit on a point with corpse carts, then they beat you. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's really ugly. Malagor also gets just ruined up in the sky here. The Red Duke is just dunking on him right now. Sad situation. You gotta be very aggressive with maneuvering Malagor. Malagor has an insane amount of speed. 110 at base, plus he gets Primal Fury, so he gets 10% on that. He's got 121 speed in the air. He is untouchable. There is nothing even close to as fast as him. You win against dragon characters with Malagor by running away from them. You deny them value, you fly around, and you cast Flock of Doom, and your opponent just can't touch you. You rack up value, and your opponent's dragon character then has to make a decision. They either keep chasing Malagor, and you keep the wheels going, and they just feel like they can never catch him. Then they have to find other targets to maneuver to, and that's where you can punish. Because once this Dragon Lord lands, that's where the Gorbel and the Minotaurs and the throwing axes can really wear him out. Yeah, there you go. You got the Zombie Summon on top of the Unger Raiders. They just don't get to shoot now. Struggling pretty mightily. I've seen some really good damage from the Eye of Morsleeves so far. It's actually got some pretty good value up to this stage of the game. Looks like the Butchers of Kalkengard are going to dive in here against the Crypt Horrors and the Cairn Wraiths and the Tithe. Probably going to see the Ungor Herd route out of here. When the Ungor Herd route out of here is where the Butchers are going to really start to falter. They're going to hold on pretty nicely because of their terror causing and ITP, plus the regen. I mean, I guess the terror causing isn't really all that important for the Butchers, I guess. I'm not going to scare anything away here. Just to guarantee that they're immune to terror routes. There are ways to remove ITP. I don't know. I don't think vampire counts have any, but it is possible to get rid of this. The causes terror actually is like a double guarantee that they won't route, because anything that causes terror cannot terror route. Without buffering, though, they probably won't be able to outlast all of the stuff in this blob. But Gorbel gets in here. He's going to help out a little bit. Got a really wild shot from the Eye of Morsleeve. I would be really nice. So, the Eye of Morsleeve's a cool unit. Because I actually really like to get it up on points and get it on the sides of fights. What we do is kind of trot it up out here. Fire down the flank. It's got magic damage on its boulders. That would be really effective against the Cairn Wraiths right now. You could do some serious damage if you were just maneuvering over there and dropping the boulders from the off angle. Hitting skeleton spears is not really worth it. It could be, you know, a lot worse, I suppose, in terms of value, but it's a 325 gold unit, man. You got better targets of opportunity. The Cairn Wraiths are the real backbreaker here, potentially, because the terror routes from these guys and the Fizz Res is just really gnarly, because you don't really have a lot of magic damage as Beastmen. You got Sons of Goros and Zangors, Senegors of Zinch, and that's it, and two of those units are limited. Or two of those units are limited by the marks that you're allowed to bring. You can only bring 4 marked units as Beastmen. It's really not that much. You gotta really pick and choose where you're applying your like magic damage in this matchup. Feebling Foe being popped on the Crypt Horrors. A really nice Flock of Doom, but Malagor just got beat up so early that one miscast might just lose the Beastman this game, because he's probably going to route out of here, and that's going to be a real pain, man. Throwing axes are just wearing out the Red Duke. Red Duke got beat up a little earlier, just getting shot at by throwing axes, and then fighting against Gorebull, but he's healed himself back up. He's going to be able to maneuver around and find some good engagements. Goreherd should beat the Crypt Ghouls. Crypt Ghouls aren't a bad unit, but they really don't like fighting anything that's got more weapon strength and charge bonus than them. Very lightly armored. Don't quite have the same advantage in the melee engagements as the Goreherd, with much lower melee attack at 30 as compared to 41 for the Goreherd. They're about the same cost. Now, it looks like the Goreherd are going to win that. There's two Crypt Horrors, though. If Maedon were a little bit quicker on the draw, you could get the flank off there. Kill that unit. Blackhorn's Ravagers do get revealed, but the Fellbats are focused on the Centigores here. Well, actually going after oh my god, going after Malagor. Malagor could just break. Oh, no. Leadership breaks because a unit got too close to him. I think fear is affecting him. Yeah, frightened by enemy units breaks his leadership. He might just run off the field or shatter here. Fellbats could be the X factor. Value trading, though, is not going very well for a sad situation regardless. You can see the #1 objective is held. #2 objective being dominated right now. Crypt Ghouls actually able to hold off the Goreherd here. Goreherd breaking a little too early. Blackhorn's Ravagers fighting the other Crypt Ghoul now. Beastmen are just playing a little too split, and they just can't get a leg up anywhere. And that's just like the classic fail point of Beastmen in this game. They just can't hold. They don't get to dominate the vampire counts by breaking units and chasing them off the field, which is really where the Beastmen get a lot of their value in a lot of matchups. They don't have good enough Mortis engines. Their monsters are too vulnerable to Blood Knights and stuff like that. Oh, there's just so many things going against you here. He made a fight of it, but the blunder with Malagor early on is just too painful, man. I mean, there's not a lot that you're going to be able to do with your Lord already on, you know, death's door in the opening moments of the game. I think against vampire counts, I'll show you the build that I've actually won with against them. It is absolutely not guaranteed, but I think it's your best bet against them. You go Malagor, you bring Icons, you Flock of Doom, and you've got Enfeebling Foe. Unholy Power and Bestial Surge is all you need. Lowering leadership is not important. You want to go as cheap as possible while having a leadership buff from Malagor. Fly around, avoid Red Duke or combat characters. If your opponent has a Spirit Leech caster, Malagor is going to be in a lot of trouble, but he can still survive that. Go for a couple Zangors in the opener. Ungor Spear Her just for the bare bones, super cheap spears. Try and cap all the objectives quickly. You kind of have to bring Ungor Raiders, because they're really the only thing that can shoot down corpse carts and crypt horrors. You're basically hamstrung into going max numbers on them. You can bring a bunch of Ungor Herd if you want. Kind of hard to use them, though, so I would recommend not bringing them. Go with a whole bunch of Centigore throwing axes. The reason you go max Ungor Raiders is it makes it much harder for your opponent to shut them all down with zombie summons. It's doable for your opponent to shut them all down, but it does become a little bit more of an investment, a little bit more susceptible, I would say. Synagores with the magic damage is very important. Some regular Sentis also help. Razorgore Chariot, good unit. Fortress of Calcan Guard, pretty decent. Then you get a couple of Goreherd in here. You can probably pare this down somewhere along the line. Get rid of the Chariot for now. Instead of a double Synagore of Zinch, we'll do this. I have one with a build like this, but it was an incredibly tight game regardless, and I'm really not super sure if it's even going to be something consistent. Yeah, I know the Scab Scrape makes Ungor archers cry, but the thing that you have to do is just try and keep the White Kings away from the Ungor archers. The zombie summons are going to hurt. You bring so many archers because the idea is that you just bring them all out of their stalk quickly and just nuke something out of existence with a good volley. That's what you're kind of gambling on with all the Ungor Raiders. You're trying to kill, like, a Cryptar before it can even get into a fight. Because Cryptars have no armor. Like, a good, accurate volley from multiple Ungor Raiders will kill a Cryptar pretty quickly. And if you can get, like, one or two of these guys down early on with your Ungor Raiders before they all get shut down, it's honestly kind of worth it. I mean, all of these guys put together, little over 2,000 gold. They're, what, 21, 25? Double Cryptar is 1,800. If you can kill 2 Cryptars with all the Ungor Raiders, it's honestly worth it just because of all the healing that Cryptars have access to. Cryptars are crazy cost-effective and probably the most annoying unit for the Beastmen to face down other than Blood Knights. So having some kind of answer to them is very important. Plus, Ungor Raiders in massive numbers can make it kind of difficult for the flying characters to approach. Like a Master Necromancer on a Hellsteed can actually get killed flying in and being a little bit too haphazard in the approach. It's kind of hard to snipe him because the Hellsteeds are really fast, but it's possible. Strugo Ghoul Kings on the Terror Guys can take some damage. They do have 80 armor, but you can wear through that. Zombie Dragons have even less. Like, the long and the short of it is that you're just gambling. You know, you just bring what you can as the Beastman. You try and play as solid of a hit and run style. And play keep away as long as possible. Ungors do lose to the Skellies. You just bring the Ungors because you just try to keep them behind major fights to rush in and buffer for units. And hopefully your opponent kind of blunders forward some big stuff, and then the spears can valley trade a little bit. So the Ungor Raiders, or the Ungor Spear Herd, can actually get some decent value poking at Cryptars. Provided they're isolated, which is no guarantee, obviously. Never thought I'd feel I'm getting a bargain on 750 Dual Warriors. Yeah, the Zargard against the Skeleton Chaff earlier on was really cool to watch, Empire. I loved the mix-up. It was a really good call bringing all those in. I loved the answer. Crows upon you. That's kind of the game plan at all times for the Beastmen, man. They just love Malagor. Malagor's Beastman player's best friend. Alright, let's get some Wood Elf play going, man. We got a couple games from them. See how Roderick does against Jaeger here on them. Now, Jaeger has already won a new player tournament, but it's the first tournament they've ever played in for the new player tournament, so I guess got the go-ahead to swap onto a different faction and give it another go. Playing another kite faction, no less. One with Empire.
Onward!
Coming in on the Wood Elves with a bunch of Way Watchers, some Eternal Guard shields, solid, dependable infantry, and you got the Glade Lord on the Dragon here. Pravenoth, Rama, obviously, Arrow of Kurnus. Arrow of Kurnus should be able to put some good pressure down on the Chosen of the Gods or Arkan. I think you'd probably prefer to use it on Arkan, personally.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the
Way Watchers have enough range. You can probably close this gap and get one good volley off on the Chosen of the Gods and just kind of nuke them out of existence. Skelly Horsemen holding the point. Wild Riders holding in the trees. Jaeger with a lot of patience. It's a pretty decently sized army for the Wood Elves. Wood Elves usually just front load their missiles and then just bring a bunch of cavalry in behind it all, with maybe like a Dryad or two. Wildwood Rangers sometimes mixed in, depending on the matchup. Wildwood Rangers against the Tomb Kings, I wouldn't really ever expect, so, you know, not a whole lot to worry about on that front, but there's many other units that can cause you some serious problems. Way Watchers, the really nice volley on Arkan. Arkan, honestly, very lucky to survive that. Hiding in the trees was the right call. I mean, Wood Elf Way Watchers can basically one-shot units if they get an accurate enough volley off, and that tree line scattered their shots and blocked some of their ammo. Arkan should be counting his lucky stars here. Gonna get back in the forest. Gonna drop a nice Spirit Leech here. And Chosen of the Gods are not doing anything right now. Silver Shields are just kind of walking it down main right now. It's not a bad idea. You've got Tomb Guard here. Tomb Guard are going to be a little tough to clear through. Eternal Guard are not going to be able to win the 1v1 against these guys. This is really the way that you go about this matchup as the Tomb Kings. You just go Silver Shields into the sunset. Do your best to hide your Lord and keep him alive. Bring in Ushapti Great Bows and Screaming Skull Catapults, and hope to goodness that the missiles for the Wood Elves are not able to get a just filthy amount of value by farming your expensive stuff. Wild Riders moving around the flank. Looks like they want to get after Arkan. Arkan in the open field a little bit. Oh my god, and the Way Watchers closing the gap. The Wild Riders should pull out, though. If they want to get shots off on Arkan, they're going to need to make some space for the volleys to get in here and be accurate. Glady moving over. Pravenoth Rama is going to be dropped here on Arkan in mere moments, I would imagine. Get the Arrow of Kurnus, but Arrow of Kurnus actually gets blocked by the Wild Riders and the Skeleton Warriors summon, it looks like. And Arkan hanging in there. It's a really nice Skelly summon from Arkan, too. Just, like, right on top of the Wild Riders. You can see they're having a lot of trouble pulling out of here. Roger hanging in pretty nicely. Is engaging in the front line. Not doing a whole lot with the Skeleton Spears right now, but is holding the point all the while. Catapult needs to swap onto the Way Watchers. That is 110% the right target to be focusing down. Anything else is a little bit wasteful, I would say, but there is a Tomb Guard chasing all three Way Watchers into the Shadow Realm right now. Jaeger needs to rally up the forces. It's really not going well at all currently for the Wood Elves. You do have Wild Riders attacking Chosen of the Gods right now, and the Glade Lord has gotten some good damage in on the Ushapti Greybows over here, but the Sepulchral Stalkers, with just a couple volleys here, are probably going to kill her outright. We don't see a Life Mage or anything on the field for the Wood Elves currently. Another good shot. Glade Lord down to 1800 HP. Glade Riders do collapse on the back of the Sepulchral Stalkers. Wild Riders just doing what they can. Chosen of the Gods could die here. If the back pressure for the Wood Elves pays off, then the Weight Watchers should be able to get set up and just shoot down all of these occupied Tomb Guard. You can see a little bit of decent damage coming in here from the flank. Some friendly fire from the Sepulchral, or not the Sepulchral Stalkers, the Screaming Skull Catapults. Kind of hammering their own Skeleton Warriors right now. Wild Riders about to go down here. Nice Beta Buna, but you do lose the Ushapti Greatbows. Chosen of the Gods, 9 models left, somehow staying alive. Eyes of the Desert trying to counter the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Not enough infantry in the back line. Honestly, if you're playing the Tomb Kings, like advancing all those Tomb Guard up and then the Skeleton Warriors that are in here onto the point is a really good call. But one thing you can do to just make sure that your Chosen of the Gods and other Ushapti Greatbows don't die to stuff like Wild Riders, just have a Skeleton Spears sit back here, and then have the Greatbows overlapped inside the Spear units. Wild Riders are going to have a really hard time approaching at that point, and it's really cheap to be able to buffer that way. Then you bring in the Skeleton Horsemen to get the rear charges, and that's where you can get the real value and the money. Roderick's hanging in pretty good, though. Still managing to hang on to this middle point. It's looking a little scary. Definitely could be going a little bit better for the Tomb Kings. Weight Watchers very much online. Get a nice Spirit Leech in the Glade Lord. Arkan is doing some pretty good work. And the Wild Hunters of Kurnus get shut down, and the Sepulchral Stalkers are very healthy. If the Chosen of the Gods can just get some damage on these Weight Watchers, or buffering out with more infantry, Tomb Kings are set up here, I think, to be able to carry this game. Went down quite a few of the Eternal Guard. Screaming Skull Catapult is still firing away, just barely survived the Wild Hunters of Kurnus attacking them. A couple nice hits here on the Eternal Guard. Weight Watchers are maneuvering around the flank here, looking to get up into the back line. They want to shut down the Chosen of the Gods. Arkan needs to pull back. He's right on the edge of their range. Anytime he's not coming out to drop his Tomb Blade or use Spirit Leech or Fate of Buna, he should be hiding either behind a pillar or preferably in this tree, this patch of trees right back here, just to keep him safe. Oh, that's gonna be a really ugly situation for the Tomb Kings. Roderick's doing so good protecting Arkan, but Prey of Anath Rayma and a couple of Weight Watcher volleys just kill him instantly. Really awful outcome there. Yeah, you're right back in this game with that kill. Weight Watchers are still poking around the flanks and doing quite a bit of damage. Glade Riders trying to get into the back line. Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Spears moving up, and we finally get Screaming Skull Catapults looking to hit the proper unit. This is your guaranteed value with the Screaming Skull Catapult. The Screaming Skull Catapults are really inaccurate. They're actually kind of bad at shooting close order infantry units. They're actually able to hit Weight Watchers pretty decently, because the spread on their missiles actually works against the Weight Watchers who are in a loose formation. Guarantees that they're actually hitting models a little more consistently. They're able to avoid any serious model losses because the angle of the missiles means that the catapults are really just coming in and hitting like 1 or 2 guys at a time.
Eldrazor, bless our blade.
Dang, man, just barely whiffing on these units here. Eyes of the Desert and the Sepulchral Stalkers on the other side of the fights here, but Jaeger is getting the Way Watchers on top of those guys now. And the second the Sepulchral Stalkers go down, that's probably going to be night-night for the Tomb Kings, because I just don't see them being able to hang on to the points, kill the Glade Lord, and survive the Wild Rider pressure. Ton of supplies for Roderick, bringing some carrion in. I would love to just see a massive wave of Skeleton Horsemen and Nekara Horsemen come out right now to just scream in after the Way Watchers. But it's a little too late. The Sepulchral Stalker's getting hammered now. There's been plenty of healing at this point, so Jaeger was behind for a bit now, but with the lead is probably compounding on that with the fact that so much value is tied up in trying to kill the Glade Lord, and that has not paid off at all. Human Skull catapults are down, Nekara Horsemen beat up, Wild Riders just waiting in the wings. Glade Riders coming up, a good countercharge with the Wild Riders to keep the Carrion back. Carrion are very flimsy. They're like a Fury, but even squishier. It's never a good sign, because units like Wild Riders, with the shock damage from their charge bonus and weapon strength, are very perfectly situated to counter 20 armor flyers like this. Ton of infantry coming out. It's not coming out in time, though. Wood Elves are going to be able to flip the middle objective long before they need to think about a triple cap, and if Jaeger is smart, you just play off this point, and just keep back all of this garbage infantry for the rest of the game. Roderick is never going to be able to touch this middle point again. Yeah, this matchup is a pretty prime example of the, hey, you're playing against Wood Elves, well, you better not fumble a single engagement, because if you do, your opponent's going to start to push you back and really steamroll over you. Glade Lord is heel capped, Wild Riders diving the Eyes of the Desert. Eyes of the Desert just aren't good enough in melee combat to be able to win against units of an equivalent value in melee. Their stats are just not good. 28 and 38 is really weak. They get a good bonus versus large, but they just don't last long enough unless they have a ton of buffering over underneath them. It's sketchy. It's real sketchy. Well played by Jaeger. Did a really good job of rallying up in the mid-game. Got some good Wild Rider dives, and Roderick, for the future, just get those Skelly Warriors, the Skelly Spearmen specifically, underneath your bows. Just have your great bows held back well behind the front lines so that Way Watchers have a hard time maneuvering up into range of them. Skelly Spearmen sitting on top of the great bows so Wild Riders can't dive them, and have your Screaming Skull catapults focusing the Way Watchers early. Just force your opponent to micro around and respect the range on your artillery pieces. The damage is slow, but it's very consistent. They will be killing models off the Way Watchers, slowly but surely. Just need to stay with it. Shooting all of the Wood Elf infantry is kind of pointless. They're not really the thing that you're all that intimidated by to begin with. Especially if you're bringing Tomb Guard. Tomb Guard actually can hold up against Dryads and Eternal Guard without too many problems. Yeah, Torox, dude. Oh, I love Torox. You don't see him too often, but he is a really fun lord. The reason you don't see anything other than Malagor from Beastman players, because Malagor is so multifunctional, but all of their lords are actually pretty good. The only lord for the Beastmen that's, like, bad and doesn't have a single niche is the Beast Lord. The only reason you never see the Beast Lord is because Khazrak is here and he does everything that the Beast Lord does, but better. Even Morgur has a couple of matchups. Like, against Dwarves, Morgur is a really good call, because his summons can be really disruptive. Plus, he's impossible to kill at range with 75% missile resistance. He can beat a lot of Dowie Lords in melee combat, with the regeneration factored in, so... Great Bright Shamans have their time and place. Torox is just a little overcosted, I would say, but he's honestly pretty solid. With just the 1900 gold toolkit here. Blood Beast is kind of bad. If they buffed up Blood Beast and gave this, like, 8 damage per second in a radius around him, so that actually did some decent damage, I think you would actually see Torox a little bit more often in matchups where you want to punish blobs. As it stands, Torox is, like, better in campaign than multiplayer. It's a little sad. Doombull is a better, more cost-effective option for a combat lord. Yeah, it's really tough, guys. The Wood Elves are such a nightmare faction. If your lords are where your money is at, you have to respect Prey of Enoth Rayma and Waywatcher Fire. I mean, y'all saw it right there in that last game with Arkin was at 65% HP, and one Waywatcher volley killed him. I mean, volleys from all 3 Waywatchers. But it's not out of the ordinary to see multiple Waywatchers opening up at one time on a single target and just nuking them out of existence. What do we want to watch here? Do we want to watch, Wood Elves versus Let's actually watch Wood Elves versus, Norska. Norska, of all of the factions, out of all of the Chaos factions, I think has the best matchup against the Wood Elves because they have so many swarming elements. Like, their Skin Wolves are pretty good at countering Wild Riders. They've got some pretty nasty business with their Norscan Ice Wolves running around everywhere. Beasts of Tashnar are a pretty strong unit in this matchup because there's tons of light armor for them to nibble on. You can bring a ton of Marauder Horsemen as Norska, and while they do lose to really good missile play from the Wood Elves, they actually can get in under Waywatchers with enough bodies to get some pretty good damage in with the javelins. So we get a cap on the number 1, and we're going to be seeing the Horsemen pull back really nice damage on one of the Horsemen from the Waywatchers, but they have revealed themselves now, so Kramer knows to keep an eye on this middle objective here, with it being capped. Knows that it's Waywatchers now, since they were, you know, sighted for a while there. Fimmer Balefiend getting hammered by the shots there. Really should have kept this guy back in the trees. It's the classic failing of people unfamiliar with playing against Wood Elves. It doesn't matter how much missile resistance you have. It's all going to add up to being a shit sandwich at the end of the day. It's just the accuracy on these Waywatchers, dude. I mean, every one of their shots just about hits. And that's going to be a very dead Fimmer Balefiend. You just keep your lords and heroes in trees. If they're not casting, you're not doing anything with them. You're playing as defensively as possible to keep your stuff online. Wood Elves lose when they have to just grind into opponents and are forced to play their game. Good focus fire with the javelins here, getting a little bit of damage on the Glade Lord. But Waywatcher's going to punish some really nice volleys, and these guys are very blobbed up, so the Waywatchers guaranteed to hit just about every single one of their shots here. They were already doing pretty damn good, but now they get their piercing missiles through all of these poor horsemen. That is big ouchies. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it's horrible. Please make it stop. Somebody, please, think of the children. Yeah, Norska getting hammered. I mean, honestly, your best bet is a good Sea Fang here. Honestly, misses the Sea Fang a little bit. I mean, you're getting pounded. You have to just YOLO that Sea Fang and make sure that you line it up perfectly. If you hit all 3 Eternal Guard here in this big, fat, straight line, probably be able to actually clear them all and then push your infantry through. Beautiful Pravenoth Rama, and Wulfric is dead. He ain't going nowhere. He is 100% gonna die to this next volley. No, actually, he's still on his own 2 feet for the time being. He's down to 1500 HP though. And a little bit slow on the react, and this last volley is going to be the one that finishes him. Nice breath attack onto the back of those Marauders, and a good rear charge from the Wild Riders on the other side. Brutes of the Hound push through against the Eternal Guard, but they're not going to do a whole lot back here. They're not quick enough to catch the Waywatchers. They got the same speed, so the Waywatchers will be able to keep ahead of them. Just barely. You'll see Dryads come out. You'll see some Glade Riders soonish, I would imagine, just from this spawn to go after the Marauders. And you got plenty of other cavalry on the other side here for Jaeger to just run everything down. Woof. The nice thing about Brutes of the Hound here is that they are at least unbreakable, so they'll grind out some value. It's just not going to be enough, man. Oh my god. It's going to be a record time win here for Jaeger, it feels like. Skinwolves get nuked by the Waywatchers. Don't even get close to closing the ground. The Javelins are here, but not for much longer. Spearmen are fine, but not going to be able to do a whole lot to uptrade. Norscan Ice Wolves just barely getting intercepted by the Glade Lord. You got more Glade Riders intercepting more Ice Wolves, and yeah, the Waywatchers just trampling everything at this point. But some Wolves are able to sneak through here. This is what you really were hoping to see from the Norskins this game. Now, Waywatchers are quick enough on foot that normally they're actually able to keep running and avoiding damage, even from units that get on top of them, but the Frostbite from the Norscan Ice Wolves locks them down, slows them down enough that they can get damage on them very quickly and effectively. Next time, Kramer, just get your forces in the trees, cap your points. Try and avoid as much damage from the Waywatchers and just build up all of your mobility. Get all of the Ice Wolves out as quickly as possible, and you just want to swarm from every possible angle, getting a full surround on the Wood Elves, and just try and get isolated 1v1 fights against Wild Riders. Rush down the Waywatchers and just try and collapse everything at once. If you're going in for a very fair fight against the Wood Elves, they will give you the runaround. Really no other way of putting it. Shadow's magic is pretty effective against the Wood Elves, but Burning Head is usually just better. Burning Head is just excellent for wrecking Dryads and Eternal Guard. Plus, you can get some good, sneaky Burning Heads off on stuff like Waywatchers if your opponent's not missing. There is one other spell that Norska has, caster-wise, that is good here. And is honestly probably the best bet, especially on a map that has a lot of forest cover.
Victory point.
Bring yourself a Searing Doom Metal Mage and use the 300-meter range on Searing Doom. Maybe it's 200 meters. 200 or 300 meters on Searing Doom. Just to hit the Way Watchers while your opponent's not paying attention. Searing Doom casts and drops very quickly. Does excellent damage against units with low HP and low model numbers. A good overcasted Searing Doom on top of a Way Watcher will probably take close to half their HP out if it's centered on them directly. It's going to be a lot easier to use than your other spell options, I would say. Get damage from the Horsemen, Skinwolves, trying to hold over here, but Wild Hunters of Kurnus and Dryads are too much for them. Skinwolves can't fight Dryads because the Fizz Res on the Skinwolves is really the only thing that kind of keeps them upright. Dryads have magic damage, so they get around the low armor pretty easily on the Skinwolves. You can really pull those guys down. Use the Skinwolves exclusively to go and fight the Wild Riders. That's really the only thing you want them to be doing. And for the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, you just have to know where they are at all times and keep some extra units on standby for when you do want to engage against them. Alright, we're going to play our Changer's Gambit tournament against Ridley. I was going to play I'm in a couple of month-long tournaments, but both of my first-round opponents in both tournaments are not available this weekend, so I'm not actually going to be able to play those games against them. I get the wins, but it doesn't, I'd much prefer to play the games, Just a little sad. But it is what it is. At least we're going to get one live game in here today. God, I got so many freaking Discord notifications. I clear all these things before my head explodes. Kislev versus Norska. I'd love to watch some Kislev versus Norska. I had my eye on this. I was debating between which Norska game to start off with. Alright, well, Ridley is actually not available, so RIP. Thought he was, but he had a very narrow window of time, so maybe no live games today. We'll just keep going with our replays, though. We've got plenty of these to get through. I got another, hour and a half before I gotta go myself, so we'll see if we can get through all of the ones we've got left. Probably not. If anybody has any requests, please let me know what you want to see, because otherwise I'm just going to keep picking and choosing what, I enjoy seeing the most or am intrigued by.
All our lives we have trained for this. We cannot fail. We shall not fail.
Let's go, girl. I love the Ice Witches. They're such a cool unit. Amazingly versatile lord as well. I mean, you can put them on horseback with just the spell casting. That's usually pretty effective and cheap. But if you want to put a lot of money into them, you can put them on the Frostworm, and they shine on those Frostworms in so many matchups. A little surprised to not see her on a Frostworm against Norska, actually. She should still be just fine, though. I mean, she's got Hawks of Miska and no Marauder champions. Instead, you're seeing a bunch of Berserkers, and Hawks of Miska will shred Berserkers low armor. Just chunk through them, discourage their leadership. The only one that's going to hold up good is Brutes of the Hound with their spell resistance. And got a little more armor as well. Also unbreakable. Everything else is very much on the table in terms of getting absolutely wrecked here. What is this? Oh, Pack Trap. Ah, really sneaky. Wolfheart's hammering the Horseman here. And then Armored Cossar's getting to open up behind that, and bye-bye Marauder Horseman. Brutal loss for Norska. I mean, it is one unit. It's 550 gold, and you're really looking for up trades from Marauder Horseman as Norska. They're such an effective unit for this faction because of the pressure they put on from range. They can also selectively charge in and out of combat and build up their rage passive. If you can get all of the rage bonuses onto the Marauder Horsemen, they turn into a pretty annoying unit because of the Fizzres and the extra leadership. Not seeing that right now. Hawks of Miska goes down. Good retreat from Kramer. Marauder Spearmen not really being hit by Hawks of Miska at all, in fact. Honestly, kind of getting away with it here. Norska's just going for the full push and doing a pretty good job of collapsing on the Kislev forces right now. Definitely doing much better this game than against the Wood Elves. Whipping a Pit of Shades a bit here. Pit of Shades really should just be focused on Armored Cossars. Trying to hit Cavalry with Pit of Shades is very speculative, very unlikely to pay off big time for you. We do get a Frostworm coming in. Get a nice C-Fame from Wolfric. Right down the pipe with the Kislevite Warriors and the Armored Cossars. Good damage on both those units. A lot of piling in and blobbing right now. This is where the next Hawks of Miska needs to go down. You got a Marauder and a Marauder Berserker over here against a very beleaguered Kislevite Warrior. Got the Frostworm on top of all this, so you've got Frostbite slowing down any attempt at a retreat. Definitely clear both these units up and quickly retake your home objective. You've got the number 2. It's pretty firmly held with the Armored Cossars and the Kislevite Warriors here. Oh my god, this is actually turning into a much better opportunity. The Marauder Horsemen get way too close into the fight on the middle objective. Hawks of Miska rotation, though, has not been going Kislev's way. Another whiff on it. Very unfortunate. Does still get the discourage effect off. All these horsemen barely hanging in here, but they are getting a lot of damage on the Frostworm right now. Frostworm could come in and get some tear routes. Doesn't need to, though. We actually get leadership breaks on the Marauder Horsemen. And they're going to be pulling back, trying to get to a much safer position. Griffin Legion coming out to really hammer against Skinwolves is a great call, man. Skinwolves will survive okay with the Fizzres, but they're out in the open field. They miss their own charge. Griffin Legion with the Glorious charge. Going to get double the duration on their bonus, which is 72. More than enough to fold up this isolated Skinwolf. Skinwolves need to countercharge. They can't eat the charges head up. You get Wolfric moving into the backline to go after Little Grom, but Griffin Legion are going to be able to kill him. They actually do pretty good damage to single entities when they surround them. And you can see here, Wolfric starting to lose a lot of HP with these guys, just hounding him right now. Another Hawks of Miska. This one finally getting some decent damage. Marauders getting hammered. The Kislev forces not affected by it. It's one of the nice modifiers about Hawks of Miska is that it does no friendly fire damage. definitely helping pretty immensely with Kislev's hold on the #1 objective. It was looking a little scary for a minute there, but looks like they're going to be able to rally it up and find a way to grab that, and Norska spent a lot to try and get that point and pressure Little Grom, and most of those units have been pushed off the field by now. The Skinwolves have been performing very poorly. One of them just got completely iced out by the Griffin Legion. The other one out on the flank over here, 12 models left, getting a little regen going, but they got isolated by the Ice Witch and the Frostworm. All this Kossar fire has been hammering them. Little Grom doing a little bit of work against them also. From there, Balefiend running around, trolling a little bit. I wouldn't go for Enfeebling Foe against Kislev, because Enfeebling Foe is good for getting decisive engagement wins. With Dire Blood available for all the Kislev units, Enfeebling Foe loses a lot of luster, because they'll just proc Dire Blood and last through the effect of the spell. I like Pit of Shades, and I'd really prefer to see Melkoths. Fire Magic, Balefiend I wouldn't really go for. That's a very interesting timing attempt. That's just, that's really not ever going to work, unless your opponent is just really not paying any attention at all. Empire is way too good of a player to be swinging for the fences like that. I mean, I admire the effort at trying to get back in this game, but Norska kind of overpressed themselves here. I mean, Kislev had a nice wide army. Little Grom can definitely pressure you pretty badly with its accuracy just by hammering infantry and everything, but you get around that by just leaving your Marauders to try and hold the points, and you build up through the trees. Instead of trying to go for a cap on your opponent's back point, what you're trying to do is push through around, kill Little Grom, and then kind of like sweep down the rest of the battlefield and roll up the Kislevites' flanks to get back to your home, or to get back to the middle objective, and then you just hold on the middle in your home for the rest of the game from there. Counts versus Empire. We haven't seen Suga play, so yeah, we're definitely going to do this one. Suga's playing the Empire. We've got Volkmar probably on his big chariot. Yeah, he is. He's got the speed and everything going for him, the extra leadership, and nice bonus versus infantry. Really good at clearing through bodies, and the buffs are going to be really nice. You get the Grand Shield of Faith for 20% ward save. Grand Soulfire can do some damage to zombies and skellies and whatnot. It does decent damage to Cryptors as well. It's not great, but every little bit can help against those guys. I do like the Sunmaker and the Mortar inclusion. Long-range pressure can be very frustrating to deal with as the vampire counts. And there is a big risk with trying to fly really deep and drop zombie summons on artillery. These things are insanely long range. 480 meters. Make it very difficult to actually close the gap before your opponent has missile units out to protect this thing. Got some archers coming in. I would much rather you save the money and bring in a Hochland long rifle personally, but to each his own. Archers are not a bad idea. As I said, archers very effective against crypt horrors. Definitely you have to be very self-preserving about. Sunmaker is wasting a little bit of ammo here. I would just not be shooting at direwolves. Maidon has done a pretty good job of dodging around. It's not an expensive unit at all. Sunmaker has very limited ammo. Please stop shooting. Oh no, please. Shooting at the crypt horrors now. Crypt horror is also not a great target for it. You should just hang on to your ammo and just shoot this. This is what you would much rather be hitting with the Sunmaker. On an individual level, none of these units are worth much more than the direwolves, but they're all much more heavily concentrated, so the Sunmaker is a lot less likely to miss targets. The explosion damage and the missile damage will be much more effective against the skeletons and the zombies than against the crypt horrors, so you're just actually going to be able to get some work done here, as opposed to all the other targets you've been shooting at so far. You've used almost half your ammo. For 200 value, this is a very expensive artillery piece. Sunmaker is, what? 1,800? 17? It's 17 or 1,800. Unless you've got an engineer, that was a huge waste of ammo. You just have to be so preserving with what you've got available on this thing. Red Duke is flying around doing some drive-bys, just looking for opportunities to drop some zombie summons. Being left to get pressured by the Pistoliers and the Archers pretty badly right now. And there you go. I mean, zombies just get absolutely nuked by the Sunmaker right there. Fellbat's flying over. Drop that artillery and get into the Tattersouls ASAP. Pressure on the other side. Direwolves aplenty and the Dire Pack over there. And get a free charge off on the mortar. It's a little hard to spot pressure through the woods, obviously, but really the best thing you can do to just hedge your bets against your artillery crews getting killed is to just have your guarded infantry units sitting on top of the artillery crew itself. If you do that, you get enough buffering so that your opponent can't just, like, collapse on those guys so freely. So you got Flagellants fighting in the front line. They're going to do some good damage to the zombies, but the Crypt Horrors are going to be a little much for them to deal with, I think. Archers need to maneuver over. And Volkmar a little too inactive on the home objective. Spearman here. One swordsman there, and the other swordsman can just kind of be posted up to protect the exposed flank from the forest. And you just play off your home objective with the infantry, and then have the archer and Volkmar kind of maneuver over. Try and help on this middle point. Good zombie summon on top of the Pistoliers. A lot of those guys getting caught up. You see a lot of damage going down on them as they get dragged down by the bodies on this summoned unit. Zombie summons are actually really devastating sometimes.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Usually because people try to escape from the zombie summon if their unit is really caught up, when they could just sit and fight and the zombies have awful stats so they can't really do any damage. If you're trying to run away from the zombies, even though they have awful weapon strength, they still get free attacks off as your unit is withdrawing. And that can really add up and cause a lot of issues for you. So, Fellbats go down. Looks like Direwolves. Oh no, those are just Fellbat models. So Fellbats go down. Dire Pack trying to finish off the Pistoliers, doing a good enough job of it. Running smack into the Tattersouls now, who will take these little doggies apart at the seams. Hawk and Long Rifle coming out. Looks like the looks like maybe 2 Direwolf units died back here. Flagellant's moving in. Looks like another Dire Pack, or not Dire Pack, another Direwolf unit was going in after the Archers. And they got taken down by Volkmar and the Spearmen. Good defenses on that home objective. Definitely needs something to happen here on the middle. It's looking real ugly for the Empire on the number 2 objective here right now. A lot of bodies. Cairn Wraiths are up on the point now, supporting the Cryptars. There's also the Unholy Lodestone here, doing some heavy lifting with the passive heals. Wow, and a zombie summon on top of the Sunmaker shuts it down. You can see the crew running away here, really not paying for itself. Suga does have the value lead, though. Honestly, not 100% sure on that one. I mean, you have killed a lot of backline harass, but that doesn't matter a whole lot considering the presence on the home objectives for the undead. Now, you do get a nice Grand Soulfire on the Tithe and a good banishment to hit these Konigstein Stalkers. Plus the Skeleton Spearmen. Volkmar's starting to get some good damage going on his big old wagon here. I love this model, man. I wish Volkmar did a little bit more on top of this thing. He mostly just kind of wiggles around. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what kind of attack animation that is, but really it's the Horsies doing all the heavy lifting for this unit. The collision damage is the real selling point of the War Shrine here. And Volkmar should be able to clear through bodies aplenty without too many problems. I'm really surprised to see the Red Duke on the Hellsteed. I don't know why you wouldn't bring him on the Dragon against the Empire. I guess you brought him on the Hellsteed for the shield and speed. Maybe thinking your opponent wouldn't go for a big, expensive Lord. I don't know. I just see the Dragon characters have so much more appeal to me personally with the damage output they can throw down in the single entity fights. Oh, I guess the reason that he brought him is because he's got a Terrorgeist in reserve. So Terrorgeist is going to come out and go after Volkmar. Volkmar is already trying to get out. Good call from Suga. Everything other than the early Sunmaker targeting has been really solid. We're starting to see the Empire push back. Archers are getting some good value. They've been shooting the Cryptors. Bright Wizard has been whiffing the Burning Heads a little bit, but it happens, such is the way of things at times. Killing the Cryptors is the most important thing going on for the Empire currently. Volkmar's clearing out a lot of bodies. There's plenty of infantry on the field, and the undead are kind of pinned up into the back line here. Hawkland's on death's bed right now. And the Mortar's about to get shut down by the Fellbats again. The defense on the artillery has been very, very sketchy. I think if you're going to go for a Volkmar build also, you're honestly just as well off just going heavy into your knights early and just trying to run down the undead quickly. Trying to push and defend your artillery in the back line is a very tall order. One that really hasn't paid off yet. Do you get a good charge from the Knights of the Blazing Sun? They're able to knock the zombies away and save this archer unit, so maybe you can get free. Start putting some damage down on the Terrorgeist and the Corpse Cart again. Power kind of faltering out here on the number 2, though, and it has been held for a long time for the Vampires. The movement up onto the number 3 is just not progressing quickly enough. I mean, they're grinding through the bodies here. And it's not going abysmally for the Empire on the number 3, but they've got a long way to go still before they're going to grab this. Volkmar with 1450 value could definitely do with dropping the Grand Soulfire as soon as he's got it. There's a lot of bodies in here that he'd do some pretty good damage to. Spearmen, ghouls, Konigstein Stalkers have enough armor they wouldn't mind too much, but it would every little bit will help. Just need to see some infantry coming out for the Empire here. They have nothing on the field, and Sunmaker is again wasting a lot of ammo on targets and just doesn't do anything too. Even when it's hitting directly with the rockets, you can see that it's doing like, you know, 100 damage at a time. And for the price point, it's just not worth it. Honestly, I think you'd be better off positioning the Sunmaker out on this side. You can kind of get it up here. Have enough range to hit your opponent's home objective and the number 2. With it being on the other side of the field here, you have to move up a long way to get it into this pocket where then it can actually hit this home objective of your opponent and not just be firing into this big boulder. And you do end up screening yourself from your home objective when you do get positioned up over here. The shot blocker is really nice, and it is good to cut off areas of the battlefield, but you're up against a faction that has a ton of flyers anyways, so just fly over the terrain pieces and ignore them as is. So just having it positioned in an area where you're going to be able to get more accurate and effective volleys on targets of opportunity is really what I would prioritize next time instead. Blood Knight's getting hammered a little bit by the Sunmaker now, blobbing up a little too much. Definitely not worth it for Maedon to have those guys like charging down the Empire Captain. He's not doing anything. Just tar pit him in zombies and skeletons, and you'll be fine. The Blood Knights need to just get out and go harass elsewhere, but it doesn't really look like there's going to be any problems for the Vampire Counts from here on out. Even if the Blood Knights die, you can see the Empire is just in a full rout. Volkmar's gone down. I would guess that the Red Duke and the Terror Geist were able to put the moves on him. Oh, there it is. Here's the Terror Goose. Doesn't have a lot of value. What the hell killed Volkmar? Wow, this spear unit has 1100 value? Oh my god. Volkmar seriously get killed by a bunch of skeleton spears? Damn, bro. I think he did. I think this skeleton spear unit, I think they might have been the one that finished him off. They got 882 value in 1 kill. That screams, Chadmar kill. I love the model. The fact that there's, like, actually some cool, details and decals on the inside of this thing speaks to CA's dedication to the aesthetics. You know, that's one thing they've always done very well in this game. Like, even these, like, old-school zombie models, which, you know, have been around since the beginning of the game's lifespan, you know, 8 years ago at this point, even they still hold up, you know. Done a very good job of keeping the aesthetics very consistent across the years. Skeleton Spear's pulling back from the number 1. It's a really cheeky cap. I mean, grab it and then run away. It's just kind of rude, you know? It's like, hey, I can do what I want if I really put my mind to it at this point. And just finishing it off here. Good win for the Vampire Counts. I would imagine that Maedon is probably going to be one of the finalists or semi-finalists from this tournament. I don't actually know how it shook out. Yesterday, I tried to stream the tournament live yesterday, but I had so much going on, and I got the runaround from some people. I just did not get home in time to be able to cast it at all. Love your thoughts on my game against the Wood Elves. Oh, you're playing Corn, right? Okay. I'll go check it out. Thank you, Fax. I appreciate that, dude. I really try to put my all into explaining the ins and outs of the game. I'm not the best player, but I'm like pretty damn good at playing the game itself. I just really want to like be able to talk about the game from informed standpoint so that newer players can see that the multiplayer side of things, especially for Dom, has a lot of nuance within it. You know, for a long time, Warhammer multiplayer was just the same 3 or 4 builds for each faction depending on the matchup, and it never really changed. But ever since Dom came out, the reason that I even got into domination mode, even when it was kind of a mediocre game mode in its early days, was because the build variety was so good. And it's only gotten better over time. People almost never bring the same thing twice. There's obviously like staple units that you see for each faction. Like for Khorne, you see Forsaken a lot. You see a lot of Chaos Warriors. Bloodletters too. Bloodwake Berserkers are in a lot of builds. But you see a lot of Blood Beast focus builds. You see people mix in Minotaurs instead sometimes. People go Hellforge Bellowers, or they're crazy like me and they do double Skull Cannon stuff. I love Soul Grinders. There's actually a lot of matchups where Soul Grinders of Khorne are very effective. It's pretty rare that you find units that are just outright bad. The only, like, bad units on the Khorne roster, for example, is Bloodthirsters and the Slaughter Brute. Slaughter Brute has, like, 1 or 2 matchups where it can be okay. But pretty much everything else is in play. I guess Blood Crushers are a little on the weaker end, but like Skull Crushers have matchups where they're absolutely disgusting. They're so fun. Knights of the Brazen Throne are really good. You better have an answer to it or it'll just completely flatten your army type of thing. You don't have to even like run the Metal Lords all the time, because Skarbrand and Valkia, Arbol, they can be really nice mix-ups. Just like kind of some of the examples of like a faction like Khorne that you would think would play the same builds constantly actually has quite a bit of room to do some experimenting. You move on to some other factions that have like Lizardmen. Lizardmen have crazy unit variety. They do some really off-the-wall stuff on a regular basis. Let's get some Khorne play here against the Wood Elves. Honestly, Geyser Bluff is a pretty good map for Chosen. Chosen of Khorne against the Wood Elves definitely have the defensive prowess to be able to hold up against all the missile pressure. Even if your opponent brought Way Watchers, it would take ages to get through all of the shields.
We cannot interfere with the path laid out by our master. Crush them underfoot.
So for Khorne, there's a couple of ways to go in this matchup. Malden has opted for probably the more consistent method, which is the Warrior Wall. He brought a bunch of Chaos Warriors and then Chosen behind that as well, just to go and sit on the points and force the Wood Elves forward and to interact with the army. The other option, the one that I love to go for, because I'm just a mindless Khornate psychopath, is go for like 1,000,000 Furies, Dogs, and Chaos Knights, and just go like full blast after the Wood Elves. And Wood Elves are actually, their build here is actually a little bit more suited for dealing with the mobile pressure game from Khorne. They got all these Glade Riders out here to do some skirmishing against stuff like Fleshhounds, poke down Chaos Warhounds, get rid of some light armor stuff. And that's going to make it pretty difficult for them to be able to handle everything else here. Although Valkia needs to get the hell out of here. You cannot go and fight the Sisters of Twilight. You gotta be so careful with Valkia. She's an amazing lord. But there are limits to what she can do. People really watched that trailer and didn't learn any lessons from the trailer. You know, like, Valkia's trailer is her getting the absolute crap kicked out of her by a whole bunch of nobodies, and that's how you lose her in-game. Valkia is very good at supporting mobility fights and fighting much more expensive characters when she's able to get the jump on them with Demon Shield. She doesn't have here. Bare Bones Valkia, which isn't a bad idea, but I would always recommend, at the very least, bringing Sleipnir and usually Demon Shield. Very powerful items. They really help facilitate her value trade playstyle. Just keep her back early. Valkia is much better to engage with once the actual front line is starting to really push and pull your opponent apart. Something that you really need to do here next time, Malden, is you've got good coverage with all these Chaos Warriors. So, you don't need every single one of them on your home point. Like, you got all these chosen. With the changes to the cap weight on them, they've got 7 instead of the normal 5 that the Chaos Warriors have. The Chaos Warriors, you can have 2 of them just up on the front of the objective here, and then have 1 in the open field, and maybe 1, like, hanging around in reserve back here. And all 3 chosen can just run up and just hang out on this middle point, and you'll have 21 cap weight with 3 chosen here. If your opponent wants to try and take that away from your 3 chosen, they'd need 5 of their own infantry units to start flipping the cap. And even then, it would be very difficult to take, because it would have to be something like Wildwood Rangers. War Dancers are not going to do anything to these Armored Warriors, man. You can see the Wood Elves are just kind of poking into the front of all these warriors, really not getting anything done in the process, and they used quite a bit of their ammo already. Skull Cannon is poking. Skull Cannon's very bad against skirmish cavalry. There was a time where Skull Cannons were a perfect counter for these cavalry-type units, but not anymore. The missile just doesn't pierce through multiple cavalry models. It's just much better to just shoot the infantry. Like, just have these guys, this Skull Cannon, move a little farther forward and just shoot the War Dancers instead. Much better use of your time. It's a good breath attack from the Sisters of Twilight. They get some good damage on the Chosen, but only kill 5 models, and the 2,000 HP damage is pretty substantial, but it's a long way to get through there, and you got a limited number of those things, so really not the end of the world. The problem, again, though, for Khorne is just the objective play, and that's been your weak point, Malden. In all of the games I've watched from you, even when you have, like, a localized infantry advantage, you're very hesitant to get up on the points early. Like, there's nothing on the field other than the Sisters of Twilight that you don't have an answer for. Like, if your opponent wants to try and attack all of your infantry with their Wild Riders, let them come. Even if they're getting rear charges, it's going to be very hard to punch their 130 armor. Now you're moving and you're kind of overcommitting to the slow push. You're moving all of your units off, and your opponent has the mobile edge on you. Like, what's going to happen is you might move off of your home point, you'll grab the number 2, and then your opponent's cavalry are just going to swoop in behind this and just grab the objectives away from you, because your units are too slow to maneuver between these points, back and forth, the way the Wood Elves are able to with all of their cavalry. War Dancers rushing up into a really horrible fight right now. They're going to get absolutely clowned on by the Chaos Warriors. You can see them already falling apart. They just can't do anything to heavy armor. Oh my god. I love the animations in this game, dude. They really shine through. It would be nice to see more sync kills. That's been my one gripe with Warhammer 3. in terms of like the down on the ground level, like zoom in kind of thing. You just don't see them anymore. And they gave a lot of depth and vibrancy to the fights. But they still look good, even with the basic animations. Sisters of Twilight getting the crap kicked out of them by Valkia. That's the strength of her. If you just don't let her get poked by the Wood Elves, she just wins against all of their characters. She's got great stats. She's got an amazing bonus versus large. She's got flaming and magic attacks, so ignores Fizz Res. If it was something like a Tree Man, she'd be able to do extra damage with the flaming attacks. So much going for her. You just have to keep her away from the very slow, steady DPS that the Sisters of Twilight have. One little thing, for people who haven't played the game a whole lot, Sisters of Twilight, it says they have 15 shots. That is a lie. They have 30 ammunition. It counts only one of the sisters' ammo pools, but they both have 15 shots each. So really, they functionally have double what it says here on the tooltip. That's why they can be shooting basically an entire match. It took me a little bit to figure that out. It's not going to tell you anywhere on the tooltip or in the game. It's just one of those weird little things that CA coded like that for some ungodly reason. I have no idea why. Skull Cannon with a really nice shot. This is why you bring Skull Cannons. You want to shoot Swift Shiver Shards or Way Watchers and put a little pressure on the infantry units before they get into combat. Like I said, there was a time and place where they were really good against Skirmish Cav, but that is long gone. The AoE just doesn't do anything to cavalry. Nor do the missiles kill multiple cavalry models like it used to, so they're just much more restrictive in terms of what they do now. But I do like having them in here as a option. Valkia does die here, but I think it's going to be okay. Normally, when Valkia goes down, Khorne's army kind of starts to fall apart, but they have a good enough value lead here. There's not a lot of high-quality units out here for the Wood Elves. They've got some Blade Singers, but they still have to get through a bunch of Chosen. There's 3 very decently healthy Chosen units out on the field. Oh, but a good breath attack here could flip this around. Oh, but no breath attacks left. Oh, it does. Okay. God damn it. Game. Well, regardless. Really, really nice damage going down there from the breath attack. Chosen should just turn and fight against these Blade Singers. They're pretty beat up. They got a lot left to give. As they're running away, you can see they're taking a bunch of damage from the Blade Singers pursuing them. Blade Singers are just getting free value here. Your unit is way slower. Just turn them and fight, and you won't have them break so quickly. Actually be able to finish your opponent off. The Sisters of Twilight get their heal off, but they do break in the process. This is one of the reasons why a lot of people just don't even bring Conjoined Destiny. It takes 30 seconds to proc. In that 30 seconds, if the Sisters of Twilight take any damage, their leadership is good, but because they're already at such a low amount of HP because of the condition on Conjoined Destiny, it means that they're in the danger zone of just breaking, and then your opponent running them off the field. It's a really good game plan as Khorne to wear down the Sisters of Twilight with Valkia, with your throwing axes, and then have a Fury ready and on standby, just hovering in the back line for whenever the Sisters of Twilight get really low, because Furies actually can do pretty good damage through the 60 armor of these guys, and then you can just use the Furies to chase them off the field. And your opponent has to commit a lot to try and peel the Furies off. And then if you still have Valkia around, she can always come in and help make sure that they get escorted away. Blade Singer's getting worn down. Khorne Horsemen attacking the Glade Riders is pretty nice, but you commit both of them into this fight against the more weakened Glade Rider, and then you leave them open to the rear charge. your Lord is off the field as your opponent gets into the rear of your unit. You're going to see the minus 16 leadership debuff get applied. That's a big loss. These are two very expensive units for Khorne. Marauder throwing axes are 675 gold. Two of them is the exact same cost as a Minotaur, who would probably be doing a little bit better in this fight to begin with. The Marauder Horsemen are really nice against the Wood Elves, but I usually limit myself to like 2 in a build. Bring them in once missile pressure for the Wood Elves is a little bit more beat up and less ever-present. Minotaurs can work nicely here, but really the bread and butter of Khorne against the Wood Elf mobility is Blood Beasts. Blood Beasts have amazing shot damage. They have a huge charge bonus, and they have great animations. They love chunking through the HP on Glade Riders and Wild Riders. They are fairly low armor, so you need to be a little bit careful with them, but they're much cheaper than Minos. Full 250 gold less, and you can just spam them out. It's actually really nice to have available. Skull Cannon's doing some great damage. It's pretty beat up, but it could get in here and start to replenish its ammo and its HP with the Skull Feast and Gore Feast. It's very disruptive. I love Skull Cannons for this reason. They just are so versatile, dude. The fact that this unit can basically never run out of ammo, and then it gets a heal while it's running stuff over. And that, the nice thing about Gore Feast is it also applies when you're chasing routing units. You can actually use Skull Cannons to, like, chase off routing units that are, like, moving away from their own spawn zone and kind of, like, running off into your own spawn area. And they can just kind of farm up some HP and ammo and then come back in and value trade again. You can see it clearing out a lot of the Glade Guard. Valkia comes back in, and she puts the beat down on the Sisters. She actually just needs to keep the chase up here. If you can chase her off, Khorne does have the tools here to be able to win this game. They've got some Chaos Warriors, Wrathmongers, and a Blood Shrine here, which should be enough to get through the bodies that are available for the Wood Elves. The Blade Singers are going to get messed up by the Chariot. These Blood Shrines, ever since they got the weapon strength buff, I've actually been seeing some pretty nice performances out of them, and I'm honestly starting to think that they might be just a really nice middle ground. If you don't want to utilize the shooting on a Skull Cannon, I mean, you get a buff out of these guys and the Encourage aura, so you get 16 extra leadership from this unit. Not 16, you get 8 extra. If it was Skull Taker, you would get an extra 16 leadership. But as is, the extra 8 is really nice. Plus, you get a melee attack buff. And it's also got Gore Feast, so it's got a lot going for it. Plus, it has Physres. If you look at the tooltip card for Skull Cannons, they actually lack the physical resistance. Which is a little bit of a revelation to me recently. Chosen moving in. You've got the Marauder Horsemen out on the flank. They had a lot of value this game. Definitely performing really nicely, which is why you do want to mix them in, because they have a lot of carry potential. They're actually going to get on top of this Waywatcher unit. Cal definitely needs to be a little bit better about the hit and run with Waywatchers. They're a crazy expensive unit. They've got great uptrade potential, but they just get melted if they get collapsed on in melee. They have very, very weak melee defense and melee attack. That was a beautiful Sword of Khorne out here. You can see it does good damage to cavalry. It's not like as devastating as it is against infantry, but that was more than worth it for a Wild Rider and Glade Rider kill. And it's back to the Waywatchers. They've got weak defensive stats, and they don't have a lot of HP. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne love killing stuff like that, because they've got great weapon strength and a really high charge bonus. You compare the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne to every other Marauder Horseman variant, you're talking about double the weapon strength and charge bonus of all the other variants, plus a really nice amount of melee attack. The other, even Marauder Horsemasters don't have this much melee attack. Marauder Horsemasters, I think, have 28 melee attack, and the Khorne Horsemen, with just their Frenzy and their base amount, have 32. You add the extra 5 in for the bonus versus infantry, and they can be a really, really tough unit to handle for a lot of factions. Wood Elves have the answers because they just massively outrange them. That's how you kill Marauder Horsemen of Khorne. There are ways to beat this unit, but the versatility they offer is definitely one of the reasons that you see them very well represented in most matchups. Really nice hammer and anvil here. You've just got the Shrine in with a few Wrathmongers occupying the Wildwood Rangers, who are a really good tool for the Wood Elves in this matchup. But with all of the pressure here from the Shrine clearing through them with the weapon strength, plus the buffs that it's providing to all these units, you can see that it's making them very easy to hammer down for Khorne right now. Good pullback. Malden really coming into his own at the end of the game here with some really nice plays. Little bit haphazard in the early game, but the summons and the slow pushes here in the late stages are definitely giving him a pretty odds-on chance of winning. This Chosen on the home objective of the Wood Elves is going to be a nightmare to clear. I mean, they don't really have anything to do it. The Way Watchers are dead and gone. Swift Shiver Shards are really good against lightly armored units, but against the 130 armor and silver shields of the Chosen, you see like a whopping 100 HP off these guys. They can fire every single shot they have and probably not take them down below 7,000 HP at best. You can see the War Dancers just getting absolutely shit on. Oh my god, dude. Oh, if it didn't work the first time, you gotta learn your lessons and figure something else out, because this is honestly just bleeding value to your opponent at this point. You'd be better off maneuvering over here as the Wood Elves and just trying to cap away the number 2 objective. But with all the infantry on the field, it's kind of over and done with. Like, Khorne's going to get this warrior up here with plenty of time left. The War Dancers are rallying over. They could do some good damage here, but the Shrine is enough cap weight to slow this down. The War Dancers actually don't even have enough cap weight to get away from the Shrine. Again, another instance of single entities just being really nice for late game scenarios. This thing actually has extra cap weight as a war machine. I completely forgot about that. Normally single entities have 3 cap weight. Wish it showed it on the tooltips outside of the actual matches. But if you had something like an Empire Captain on this point, he'd be providing 3, but War Machines have gone up to 4 as of a few patches ago, which makes the Blood Shrine here an excellent choice. Because even if a full health infantry unit was on that objective, this thing would be slowing the cap down for ages. Glade Riders running into the Chaos Warriors. Too much cap weight here now. Chosen have just anchored this point like nobody's business, just killing everything that's trying to run them down. They're beat to hell, but they had 400 value when they got up on this point, and they're sitting at 1,500 now. So I would say they've done pretty good for themselves here at the end. Be a little more preserving with Valkia early, and play the objectives a little bit more aggressively, especially when your opponent doesn't have answers. Because Wood Elves just do not want to grind into Khorne. I mean, they have to kite Khorne around. If they don't get to, then they lose. And it's kind of what happened here. Khorne just got a lot of really nice performances out of their core units. The Blood Shrine and the Skull Cannon especially. Shrine very much got an uptrade. And the Skull Cannon, 2 gold value off of getting its value back, which is pretty damn good for it. Hounds are okay. The Chosen were a little weak. They got worn out. But it required all of the utility tools from the Wood Elves to do that. Like, all the breath attacks were on Chosen. Spellsinger of Shadows was dropping magic on them, I'm sure. Plus whatever rear cycle charges that you can get off. Blade Singers had to put in a lot of work. And it just the Wood Elf army is just not very well suited for the Khorne matchup, I would say. I mean, it's not a bad Wood Elf build, because Wood Elves are just so good at the kite playstyle. You can kind of throw stuff at the wall and get away with it. But you definitely need to go for a little bit more effective damage. Eagle Quiver is actually pretty good against Khorne. It's basically a Arrow of Kurnus. It's worth bringing. Spellsinger with Shadow's Magic is okay. The thing that I've seen the most from Wood Elf players, though, is Shield of Thorns and Earthblood. And what this combo does is you pop Shield of Thorns as your unit gets into contact, and the melee reflection, you know, it affects units that are actually hitting in melee combat, so you're countering what Khorne is good at. Khorne has a ton of melee attacks, so basically you're punishing them for hitting you, and then you're stacking heals over the top of your units. You can very, very, very quickly wear out a Khorne melee line just by using Shield of Thorns and Earthblood to mitigate all of the damage that you do take. Sisters with Soporific Breath can get some nice uses out of this ability. They also pressure Valkia really nicely with the missile strength, and their missile is multifunctional. It's got two forms. It's got Talon of the Dusk, which is like a spread shot that's really good against infantry units. Talon of the Dawn is for large targets, or just for single targets. It's decent against Valkia. It'll wear her out eventually. Really what you do is just kind of maneuver around, and you just poke away from afar against Khorne. Don't leave them any avenues for free and easy approaches. And just make sure you've got plenty of Wild Riders, maybe like one Stag Knight for some really heavy thumping with the AP. You do not want a bunch of infantry. If you're bringing infantry, you're doing like Wildwood Rangers, and you're bringing a couple of them just to wear your opponent down. And then for the actual meat and potatoes of your army, you can do some Hagbane Tip Riders just for early caps, pressuring down Khorne Horsemen. Guess you can save. You don't need the shields. This army is just so expensive, man. This is the problem with the build, is that you don't have a tremendous number of bodies that you can throw out. Could get rid of Life Bloom. Oh, man. Be nice to have one Eternal Guard into this. I'm sure you can figure out how to fit it in there. Something along these lines. You can get one more Wild Rider without the shields, I guess. And then you go for a couple Way Watchers. They can just hammer so hard against shielded infantry if they can get around the flank and get shots off onto the side of Chaos Warriors. They can really chunk through them. Way Watchers can also shut down the Skull Cannons and Blood Shrines pretty hard. Don't have to bring them. You can always do Deepwood Scouts. And you can still pressure the Khorne heavy infantry. And you use the Wildwood Rangers to do the heavy lifting. You just kind of fill out with whatever else you want in the infantry department. I'd really just recommend some Eternal Guard. They can just get beat up and eat all the damage with Shield of Thorns and Earthblood in the infantry fights. Or you go for, I've seen some really funky builds. I've seen Spellweaver, Life Magic, and you do the Earthblood and Shield of Thorns. Cut all this, just have Life Bloom and Arcane Conduit for the recharge rate. Put her on an Elven Steed, and then you throw out a bunch of Sisters of Thorn. Because these guys also have Shield of Thorns bound to them. So you can use this Shield of Thorns on your Spellweaver as coverage for any units that aren't going to be able to get it from the sisters. Also use the Earthbloods, and you get Curse of Honor here to pop, which lowers melee defense and melee attack. If you can ride around the Khorne army and just hammer with the javelins here, which have good AP values on them, Khorne is going to have a very hard time just sitting on the points and weathering through all that fire. Add in some Glade Guard Starfire Shafts, who actually have some pretty good AP values and a ton of ammunition. You can force Khorne out of their comfort zone, and then just ride them down with your numbers in the cavalry game. Because Wood Elves almost always outnumber Khorne in the mobile phase. You can bring a bunch of Blood Beasts, but they can only do so much, and the light armor on them makes them pretty vulnerable to a lot of missile play. I do prefer them because they are cheaper. They can just be a really nice quick unit with 65 speed. They can maneuver around pretty decently. There's a few ways the Wood Elves can do that, but the War Dancers are just not it. They cannot win against any of the Khornate units. Yeah, Rogue AI is in here. He's got some pretty good ideas for how to handle the matchup. Mass Glade Guard does work pretty good, especially if you're just going, like, absolutely crazy with the numbers on them. The one thing you have to be careful of with Mass Glade Guard is the aggressive Khorne builds. This is where my style of Khorne play goes really hard, because you bring a bunch of Chaos Knights. Basically, you just max out on them. You bring a bunch of Flesh Hounds, a bunch of Furies. This is where Forsaken are really good. A couple Chaos Warriors and some Marauders. You just get a nice cheap Valkia. Got the infantry early, you build up, and then you get all of your mobile units out, and you rush the Glade Guard line. If your Glade Guard line gets compromised by enough Khorne units, it will just get absolutely steamrolled over. Plus, you need to be prepared for Skull Cannons, which actually can poke those Glade Guard lines pretty effectively. Especially the Hellforge Bellowers. Hellforge Bellowers is a little risky because it's shorter range than the Glade Guard, but with good maneuvering, you can still use its shots to just lay waste to these very low HP missile units. It's a very funky matchup for both sides, but the Wood Elves do have the edge over Khorne. They've got a win rate that's, I think, 70-30 right now. Let's actually go look at what it is on Total Tavern. Woodies over here. So where are Wood Elves at? Oh, they're not even doing 58% against Khorne is pretty damn good. You can see the win rate distribution is all fairly close. This is the most balanced that multiplayer has ever been in this game. It's so even-keeled between all these factions. It's really all about matchups now. Because even the vampire counts have bad matchups. You can see them just getting absolutely clowned on by the Chaos Demons. Grand Cathay and the Chaos Dwarves, Norska are all pretty tough for them. But they just absolutely steamroll some of the other factions in the game. I mean, Skaven have a... Skaven have won 2 games out of 18 against the vampire counts. So, you know, single faction tournaments do tend to lend themselves to, you know, if I run into a bad matchup, I just lose. Matrix tournaments give you a little bit more of an opportunity to pick more even matchups. It just kind of swings back and forth over time. But I do really love where the game is at right now. Yeah, oh, the Chaos Knights with Lances, now that they're cheaper, are really strong against Woodies. December 4th, it's going to get skewed so hard. Is that when the DLC is releasing? I've stopped paying attention to when the DLC releases. I'm just assuming that it's going to come out when it comes out. If it's December 4th, then about freaking time. We've been waiting like a year at this point for it. How much time do we got left here? Little less than an hour. Let's see what we've got matchups-wise. We got the finals here. We're definitely going to be watching that. Suga versus a lot of elf players. I think we should actually watch some Dark Elves. I haven't seen a whole lot of them. We're going to watch Skulltaker here, though, for sure. Korn versus Norska is an interesting matchup. Oh my god, just for tic-tac-toe. Hold on. Okay. We're starting here. Because I haven't seen anybody bring tic-tac-toe in ages. How the hell is tic-tac-toe gonna kill the Red Duke, though? Is my question. And this is a wacky build, dude. It's triple Fire Leech Bolas with Colossadon Hunters and a Ripper Dactyl in the opener. Just like no ground presence here for the lizards. But they are on Edge of the Darkwood. Edge of the Darkwood's a pretty good map for going for a wacky build like this because you've got the superior speed out immediately with all the Ripper Dactyls and the Pterodons. You can definitely just rock up over the top of this Vampire Count build and just start bombarding it into oblivion. Don't have great targets for the rock drop starting out. Konigstein Stalkers, I guess, wouldn't be bad. This is an interesting little thing to keep in mind. Konigstein Stalkers, you see, have the full cap weight. Compare that to other skeleton units who only have the 2. Really not that expensive. Konigstein Stalkers, I think, are 475 gold, and they're really nice to mix in just for some standard cap weight. Vampire Counts have to go for Graveguard or Crypt Ghouls otherwise. Both of which have pretty significant drawbacks, and the Konigstein Stalkers also have poison, so it can be pretty annoying. They've got 80 armor as opposed to the standard 20. This is going to be just bizarre to watch. So Fire Leech Bolas are going to open up, doing a little bit of damage to the Skeleton Spearmen. One doing a lot better than the other. Definitely looking like they want to focus on the Cryptars. They're just tossing in against the Konigstein Stalkers for now. Red Dude gets in here and he starts taking down models, which is a bit of a problem for the Pterodons. That's going to really mess with their damage output. See the body actually landing on some of those zombies and knocking them over, which is pretty funny. Ton of Fellbats on the way in. But the Ripper Dactyls should be able to protect pretty decently here. Tic-Tac-Toe does also provide a nice armor and melee defense buff to flyers. Oh, that's what the real reason for Tic-Tac-Toe is. Oh my god, Colossadon Hunters pop their Toad Rage and are all over the Red Duke. And the Fellbats crumble out. Tic-Tac-Toe, though, is getting the crap kicked out of him. Elsteef is a really powerful ability, but it does wear off, and Red Duke going to be landing. Very lucky he's able to squeak away here. He's going to be landing in his spears. That's really good micro from Maedon, but does lose an awful lot in the sky. All those Fellbats going down for very little gain. I mean, a few models off of the Pterodons, but really not much to speak of in the grand scheme of things. They're going to go right back to poking this entire army again. And all that chaos, we did get caps on the 1 and the 2 for the Lizardmen. They're bringing forward their Skink Skirmishers now. Chameleon Stalkers, Chameleon Skink mixed in here. Wow, and the Terror guy's getting countered again by the Ripperdactyl horde here. And Tic-Tac-Toe does get smacked again. And I think the Red Duke's probably going to be able to finish him off here. Actually intercepts him in the air. He's beating the crap out of poor Tic-Tac-Toe. He's just not a very good combatant, is he? He's dirt cheap, though. Even with... he does actually have quite a few items here. He's probably still only like 1,200 gold, though, in total. Excuse me, guys. And the Terror Guys does die, and the Colossus Hunter's landing on the Balefire Corpse card now. Balefire Corpse cards are better against the Chaos factions. I would prefer to just see Unholy Lodestones the whole game. Just for the passive healing. Probably a little bit better against the Lizardmen overall. Looks like some Fire Leech Bola action going on over here. Dropping rocks on these guys, I'm sure, and then also just hammering them with the explosive shots. Cryptar is pretty low here. They're really eating it. The Chameleon Skinks are going to rack up a ton of value firing their little blow darts against these low armor monsters. See, this is where Cryptars start to really falter, is when they just get hammered by a bunch of really cheap missiles. And as opposed to most factions, the Lizards actually have the tools to be able to protect their skirmish line. Chameleon Skinks are quick, they are a little squishy on the HP front, but you've got stuff like Feral Cold Ones that can respond quickly to Dire Wolves. You've got Umbral Tide, who are a really good answer for stuff like Cryptars, and just keeping back any other scary, annoying units that might want to try and just land on the Chameleons for free. And all of the chipping damage from these Skinks really adds up, because they shred Vargeis and the Cryptars, who are normally the two most dangerous units that the Vampire Counts have access to. Look at the Cryptars over here getting destroyed by the Umbral Tide right now. Also some good damage from the Chameleon Stalkers with their little explosive darts they get in here also and just start mucking up the works. They've got poison, so they're slowing down the speed on these guys, lowering the weapon strength. They give the Umbral Tide just enough time to point blank the Cryptars as they try to get in here. Unit disintegrates, Fire Leech Bolas, crazy high kill totals here. One of them does get pushed back, but it's still put in some decent work, and the Colossodon Hunter's 2,700 value. Ripperdactyl, regular Ripperdactyl's not doing nearly as good, but still doing respectable work. Spears just get folded up by Bolas, man. Wow, oh wow. Okay. Unit's got some teeth to it, apparently. I've very rarely seen Fire Leech Bolas do any damage to speak of. So this is a bit of an eye-opener for me, personally. This is not a Lizard build I would ever expect to see working so effectively against the undead. Now, Bird still needs to grab all the points, but I think it's a matter of time, because the middle was just an abject disaster for the Vampire Counts. I mean, they did no damage here. I mean, all these Skink cohorts are the beginning ones, and they're looking pretty damn healthy. Really, all you need to do is just slow walk down your opponent's home objective and just force them to respawn there, and then you can just build up some Saurus to go and secure your own home objective. You see the Maidon is going deep for that #1 objective right now. It's going to be very hard to hold on to that with just a bunch of Crypt Ghouls. Crypt Ghouls are not very good against Saurus. See them getting into the 1v1. Saurus have already beat down some Dire Wolves, and they're probably going to be able to quickly clear out this Crypt Ghoul unit. We'll see how that plays out. I'd be stunned if we see any significant damage on the Saurus, though. Skink Cohort getting in here. Colossodon Hunters diving the Unholy Lodestone. Maidon is just... It looks like Maidon's moving really slow, but he's got a lot that he's having to juggle right now. He's trying to get back into a game that he was obviously just not prepared to play into. I mean, who's really expecting that air core from the Lizards? It was a very off-meta strategy. It's paying huge dividends. Normally the lizards are gonna go for a much more standard, like heavy Saurus front line, maybe with some Temple Guard, and just try to grind through everything because they do have the ability to do that. You know, playing this much more mobile playstyle and spreading out the vampire counts as much as Bird's been able to honestly seems to be an even stronger method. Saurus are pretty beat up. Crypticals, I just can't get a read on Crypticals as a unit, man. They either look like total hot garbage or they end up overperforming into some pretty sketchy scenarios. They've gotten a lot of buffs over time, so I guess it's appropriate that they're a much more respectable unit than they once were. Really good cap weight nowadays for the vampire counts, because they're 600 gold. Vampire counts don't have good cap weight on pretty much anything else for a cheap price. Nice little drop there from the rocks. Actually, it's not the rock drop. It's just the Fire Leech Bola damage. Okay, so apparently that's how you use the Fire Leech Bola, is you get right above the unit and you just have them drop directly down from above. Fellbats versus Ripperdactyls. The Colossadon Hunters still going, man. 3,800 value on these guys. Yeah, the Ripperdactyl unit over here looking to trundle in. They've got 1,400 themselves. There's just nothing left on the field for the undead. Maedon is all kinds of out of sorts. You get a full push through onto the number 1, and that's going to be a very easy win for the Lizards from here. They're getting their home objective back. They've basically tabled the vampire counts. There's just a couple scattered units left out here. Graveguard Halberd's getting roasted along with another Crypt Horror. It's got a whopping 47 value right now. Gross. Wow, they got a whole 59 before they went down, too.
Unending glory.
Yikes. The value totals don't look that impressive for the Bolas, but they killed a ton of chaff units. Just like skeleton spears for days going down in droves, and not a good sign when the vampire counts aren't getting any value out of their skeletons. They're not there to get crazy value, but you're hoping that they pay for themselves with all the passive healing that you've got and Crypt Horror support. It's really what they're there for, is buffering for all your units. Damn, dude. Bird with some insanely clean play today. I mean, the Colossadon Hunters are the MVP. That is unreal. And that is one summon on them. That's almost triple value on the Colossadon Hunters. They were on their way to doing it. Because what are they? They're 1,500? Yeah, 1,400 gold. Jeez Louise, dude. It's nothing better than synergy. Matchup sucks as Lizardmen. It's pretty rough for the Lizardmen at times. You do have to play really carefully as the Lizzies to take this matchup consistently. Honestly, I'd be interested to see if people just start bringing that tic-tac-toe build all the time, dude. I mean, that looked pretty unstoppable. Because the Fire Leech Bolas just kill everything on the ground chaff-wise. Your opponent can't interact with your army. If they bring a bunch of stuff in the air as the vampire counts, like, what are they going to bring? I mean, obviously the Fellbats are pretty strong. Terrorgeist, I just don't see the Terrorgeist working too well. The Vampire Counts builds that I've seen win against the Lizardmen usually have some Vargeist mixed in there. I mean, 2 Vargeist is just 100 gold more than 1 Terrorgeist, and Vargeist hit a little bit harder against Saurus and can countercharge Spear Riders. What else can they do? They should be able to catch and beat up on Pterodons in the sky as well. How you win this as the Undead is you probably want to go for some Cairn Wraiths as your heavy lifters. Lizardmen do have a decent amount of magic damage, but not in the infantry department or in the mobility option. It's really like tied up with a lot of their single entities, or like Sacred Croxagores and whatnot. Sacred Croxagores are really not that much faster. Actually, 2-speed slower than Cairn Wraiths. So Cairn Wraiths can just ignore and run away from Sacred Croxagores. Cairn Wraiths are pretty good at clearing out Saurus. You know, this used to be a pretty bad unit, but Cairn Wraiths now seem to be one of the most cost-effective ethereal units in the game. When your opponent has to commit to killing them, they'd be able to put some work in with the fact that that Lizardman build that Bird had did not really have any magic damage whatsoever. So I could see Cairn Wraiths being pretty clutch there. I don't think Crypt Ghouls are good against lizards. If it's not Pterodon Riders dunking on them, it's gonna be Saurus just flattening them with their crazy high weapon strength and solid stats. Getting trampled by Spear Riders or Feral Cold Ones. Even Umbral Tide can do some pretty decent damage to them because of how lightly armored the Crypt Ghouls are. Crypt Ghouls would beat Skinks, but Skinks are so cheap. If you're going for an effort at outcapping the Lizardmen, that's kind of a futile effort, typically, just because how cheap these guys are. 325 gold. For less than 1,000 gold, you can throw out 15 cap weight with 46 movement speed. And just rush any objective and take it in no time flat. I've actually had some success with Croak as the Lizardmen. Croak with Deliverance of Itza just deletes all of the infantry. It's pretty hilarious. There's a video on my channel of me playing with him and the Star Chamber Guardians into the Vampire Counts. It was a hilarious game. Is Value Town for Lord Croak. I think Counts just need to go wide with a lot of Cryptors and a lot of Vargeists, and they'd have a much better time in that matchup. We could do some Khorne versus Norskel, but I do think I'd really like to see some Wood Elves versus Empire before we get to the finals game. Last 2 replays here for the day. Croak War Shrines build is Tzeentch. That sounds awesome. That's thinking outside the box, dude. I love the Changeling. Such a ridiculous Lord option. I don't think people, I really don't think people put enough respect on the Changeling as a character. One of the most cost-effective ethereal units. Like, borderline viable. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that, but the Cairn Wraiths can double their value pretty consistently, as long as they just don't get attacked by anything with magic damage. Ethereal units actually do have some teeth, especially when they're around, like, 800 gold in terms of cost. That's why I think the Cairn Wraiths are much better than people are giving them credit for. Really nice volleys from the Swift Shiver Shards. Suga not quite aware of that missile line in the trees yet. Finally decides to pull back, holds the cap off from the Wood Elves for a decent amount of time, and now the spears and the flagellants can just push this point. Maybe cap it away, although you probably want to just hold the advance for a moment. Because the Wood Elves don't have anything on the other side here. You could just have the Grundle's defenders jump over to the number 1 real quick and start capping that and just make sure you grab the middle. And then the Wood Elves are going to have to play off of the number 3 and find a way to push back up onto the number 2. If you play all 3 points aggressively, Wood Elves are just so fast, they'll probably just pull you out of position and run you down. General of the Empire getting hammered here by the Sisters of Twilight. Very sad situation developing for him. I don't know how the hell he's going to survive the rest of this game. He's just going to have to hide in the woods with the Bright Wizard. Not sure what happened here with Suga's Lord, but you just have to be so careful against Wood Elves. Always leave your Lord in trees if you're playing Wood Elves for the opener, just until you know what missile units they do and don't have. And also where they are, because usually the Wood Elf missile units are vanguarded, so they'll be on one side of the map oftentimes. Give you a little bit more time to maneuver around a little bit better. Square up on them without overextending yourself into situations where the Lord might just get absolutely railroaded by damage. Grundle's defenders and the Sterling's Revenge out here, scrapping over the number 1. Wood Elves are going to grab this objective for the time being, but the Glade Riders did kind of stumble into the Sterlings. Grundle's defenders in the back of them are probably going to go down pretty quickly here. They're going to have a hard time escaping this fight. That's a brutal breath attack. Sisters of Twilight just rock in overhead and nuke all of these spearmen down from 1 to 0, and Flagellant's not doing a whole lot better. War Dancers, this is definitely one of the matchups where War Dancers can get a lot of work done. They can definitely fall apart a bit with some sustained firepower. As you can see over here, you just got Outrider grenade launchers nuking them out of existence. Burning Head probably dealing with this War Dancer unit if I had to bet. This actually hasn't gotten a single cast off. Curious to see what actually killed this War Dancer unit. There's no way the Spearmen and the Swordsmen did all that work. Empire Captain's getting jumped by the Sisters of Twilight, who are continuing to put the game on their back right now. Suga is pushing back really nicely. The Hagbane Tip Riders are getting pushed off, and that's going to be a disgusting burning head on those Blade Singers. Ooh, pretty lucky, honestly, for those Blade Singers. It could have been a little bit worse. I don't think that was overcast. And I think that's kind of making the difference for that Blade Singer having as much HP as it does left. Normally, they will just get completely flattened by a well-placed Burning Head. Another really nice breath attack. Just brutal damage going down on the Pistoliers right now. Outrider Grenade Launcher's still looking fairly healthy, though. That's really where the Swift Shiver Shards need to be focusing their time and effort. The Pistoliers are annoying, but the Grenade Launchers are the only good clear piece for the infantry fights, because State Troopers do not beat any of the Wood Elf infantry. It is a huge uphill climb if they're just going to be going for that kind of a strategy. So the Grenade Launchers are really how you get rid of Dryads and Eternal Guard, War Dancers and Blade Singers and Wildwood Rangers, whatever it is that the Wood Elves bring. Wood Elves have a lot of infantry options that are actually pretty good. Just very flimsy is always the drawback with them. Suga's dead even with Cal right now, but I will say this. Sisters of Twilight, they've taken a little damage, nothing too serious. Most of that damage that Suga has affected in terms of value has been on the main body of the Wood Elf army, and that's gotten him a triple cap. And Wood Elves, they are not bad at recontesting points, but because their units being you know, elf units have much lower HP pools than most factions. If they get pushed off of objectives early and their opponent is doing a good job of resummoning units and bringing out the right kinds of answers, it becomes very difficult for them to attack, hold, and then rotate onto other points, because they always have to leave something vulnerable off to the side. And that's very rarely something that they want to do. Typically, Wood Elves win by just massively outvaluing their opponent, and it's in close games like this where you really start to see the cracks in what their roster has to offer, because they just don't have a lot of line holders. Knights of the Black Rose crushing the Glade Riders here. Should be pretty easy cleanup on the Blade Singers. They've just been worn out by missile fire and the burning heads. And now they've got one of the best anti-infantry cavalry units all over them. But it does look like the Knights of the Black Rose are going to push past for the time being, though now they're going to turn around and start to wear these guys out. Nice burning head just to finish the Deepwood Scouts. Definitely worth it. Excellent damage going down off on them. 903 value on our boy there. Empire Generals on the other side of the field. Just hide them in the trees over here, just in case your opponent does catch wind of them, and send the Sisters over just to shoot them down. Never want to lose your leadership, even in a game where you've got a pretty good opener. Nice situation developed here in the middle game for the Empire. Losing your Lord is one way that can all start to fall apart very quickly if you're not careful. Zotes versus the Knights of the Black Rose should be favored for the Wood Elves. If they just pop their Flesh to Stone and their Earth Blood here, the Zotes should be just fine to finish cleaning up this unit. And then the Wild Riders could maybe hammer into the Spearmen from the flank and keep all these other Empire units under control. Wood Elves are grabbing the number 2 and the number 3 here. Oh, and the Hawk and Long Rifle's being forgotten about a bit. They do get charged by the War Dancers. They only lose a couple of models, though. Very, very lucky for Suga to have noticed that as quickly as he did, because letting them get charged was bad enough. If they had stayed in combat for even like 10 seconds, War Dancers would probably have shredded through them, just because of how bad they are in melee combat. Great Swords, though, come in and buffer, doing a good job of cleaning this War Dancer unit up. Empire General, probably not much longer for this world, but the Sterling's Revenge moving over to the number 2. Starting to grab that. Grundle's Defenders more than enough to hold on to this point for the time being. Good shots coming in from the Sisters of Twilight up in the sky. 2,000 value on them. Another really nice performance. Looks like they're going to be trying to land in here. Sterling's Revenge, though, do have ITP, so they're not going to be terror routing, and that's going to give time for the Hawk and Long Rifles to actually get some pretty effective, accurate shots down on the Sisters here. Now, they do have Fizz Res and Missile Resistance, so they're going to ignore 45% of the damage from the Hawklands, but damage is damage. It's always a good idea to wear these guys down, even though they're pretty tough to, like, finish off. Just keeping your opponent honest in the middle portions of games, so that, you know, they don't just get to fly around and use their Lord to terror out anything and everything whenever they decide that they want to commit them. It's always going to leave you a little bit of room to work with in terms of momentum and pacing. More good pressure. You can see the Sisters are pulling back. It might be time to rotate around, and there's ITP on the Grundle's Defenders too. There's just really no freebies available for them right now. They can't land in the middle because they're going to get shot at by Sterlings or the Hawklands. Although now the Wild Hunters of Kurnus do squeak free and are able to close the gap on the Hawklands. Burning Head coming in, ostensibly to counter the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. They kind of roast their own Hawklands. Don't really get a lot of damage, although the bank shot off the wall is actually chasing down the Wild Hunters of Kurnus a little bit here. Really just, you know, just tickling them a little bit. Nothing too severe. See Spearmen with the shields moving in. I don't think it really matters that the Hawklands have gotten shut down. It's unfortunate, but you see some Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in. Another Spearman. Going to be enough to push the number 3 objective pretty easily and ably for the Empire here. Wild Hunters of Kurnus getting tied up a little too long in these single entity characters. Not really where they need to focus their time and effort. Don't really have a lot of targets left. Just charging down the Sterlins and the Great Swords, I guess, is the way to go. Whatever damage you can get on the Flagellants. Just need the War Dancers to be getting up here ASAP. And the Swift Shiver Shards could clean up maybe the... I guess the Swift Shiver Shards clean up the Flagellants, and the War Dancers can maybe go after the Great Swords. Still scary. I mean, the Knights of the Blazing Sun are just going to hammer the War Dancers into the Shadow Realm in a moment here. It's really all the Empire needs to do. They just want to hold on to the points. Shogun is in a very good position for that. Just keep that Empire General alive. Keep building up supplies and slow-walking infantry forward for the holds. And pressure. This is a really smart strategy. Just cheapo spearmen. Force the Wood Elves to have to go and defend this point. We're going to have to commit something much more expensive to try and hold on to that cap. Sisters of Twilight can join Destiny proccing, but again, they are routing in the process and might shatter before it even goes off. Looks like it's going to be able to proc before they go down, but it's only a 25% heal. So they only have 2,200 HP, and the Knights of the Blazing Sun, rather, do get a really nice engagement on the Swift Shiver Shards and will make very short work of those guys. Good value on this heavy cavalry unit. When they're done with the Swift Shiver Shards, they can just go right after the War Dancers. I'd just spam click right onto the War Dancers right now so you can get the momentum. Terror Route goes down on them instead. Not that big of a deal, though. Good hold on the number 2, number 3 flipping to the Empire. Just no pressure on the number 1 at all for the Wood Elves. See, they've equalized the value a little bit, but that's very deceptive. The value bar is the biggest liar in Warhammer. Never, ever, ever look at your value and try to game plan based off that. There's so many mitigating circumstances and factors that the best thing you can do to really read the battlefield is just recognize the answers that you have available on the field. And that just comes with time and practice. Deliverance of Itza does take a long time to go off, but the reason that Croak works against vampire counts is because their infantry units all have like 23 speed or less, outside of Crypt Ghouls. Crypt Ghouls are fast, but... go check out the replay that I was telling you about if you want to see why it is that Croak is so good against counts, because bodies don't even matter to Croak, man. He will nuke everything out of existence. The spells hit so hard against skeletons. They just disappear. Oh, what a way to end the stream, honestly. We get a Gorok game. Some Lizards versus Dowie. This is a really bad matchup for Dwarves. They have an awful win rate against the Lizardmen. The reason why is Ancient Salamanders. Ancient Salamanders just kill everything the Dowie have. If you just micro these Sallies well, they can take down the Iron Drakes, they can take down the Dowie Warriors. They don't do great damage to the Slayers because of how spread out the unit is, but if Slayers are in a fight and they get a little blobbed up, Salamanders can do massive chunking damage to them as well. Gorok is a great lord against the Dwarves because he's so hard to kill. He's got quite a bit of HP, especially for foot characters on the upper end of the HP pool spectrum. Mesa Ulamak is a really nice buff to his weapon strength. He gets him up to like well over 600. Add in the dazed effect and the melee attack buff, and there's really nothing that can stand toe to toe with him when it's active. He's got some Fizz Res, which is nice, which he can also increase with Rock of Itza, which basically gives him perfect vigor. Just pop this whenever it comes off cooldown. You're going to be happy with him. Stand Your Ground is a really nice buff to everything around him. And against a slow faction like Dwarves, you can actually utilize the Stand Your Ground for its defensive buffs and leadership effects. Chameleon's going to jump out to the number 3. They'll be able to put some damage down on Miners. Miners ignore a lot of the damage because of their armor, but it's not bad to get just some freebies off against a Miner unit. It'll make it a very easy fight for the Feral Cold Ones if you just poke here for a moment. You can see the Feral Cold Ones starting to scream in here. Good split here. This is how you attack units. You got Bird fixing with one of the Feral Cold Ones, and this other is looking for the flank and going to get the rear charge, and that will definitely finish off the Miners in record time. You see the Feral Cold Ones making really good contact and immediately tossing this unit into absolute tatters and confusion. Sally's moving forward aggressively. Trollhammer Torpedoes could start opening up. They're just starting to get in range. You can see the Dwarf Warriors, though, just getting absolutely annihilated. I mean, they just lost 1,700 HP from one shot from the Ancient Sallies. But good focus fire. Sally's retreating a little slowly. Bird definitely needing to focus up a little bit more there. Should be fine. There's no heals on the field yet. We'll see if... I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention before I clicked into the replay as to whether he had a Rev Crystal or not. I do like Rev Crystals against the Dwarves. It's really nice for healing Gorok and also the Ancient Salamanders. Feral Bastiladon running around over here. Source Warriors getting in some really good fights. They're going to crush the Slayers, and the Miners are just not good in melee, so they really won't get any real damage in against those guys. Iron Drakes are putting a little pressure on the Saurus. They are a decently multifunctional unit. It's just their fire rate that's super slow. That's the big problem with the Iron Drakes against infantry. Salamanders are not getting the shots off that they really want, and look at the damage going down from these Iron Drakes, man. Oh my god. Cohort of Sotex moving in, some red-crested skinks as well. Definitely need to get some tools back here to get those Iron Drakes offline. Wow, looks like some Slayers came in, and a bit of a mistake from Bird to have the Feral Cold Ones engaged against those guys. Hammered down the Miners really nicely on the number 3, but maybe playing a little too wide across the field. This is the danger of doing the 3-cap push. You get distracted on one side of the battlefield, and you make some key mistakes on another. You try to make up for it over here, and then you make some mistakes on the other side where you were winning, and then suddenly you're all kinds of out of sorts. Good focus fire. Red Crested Skinks get hammered on the way in, but they do make contact at the very least. They're going to get a little bit of value here as they attack the Iron Drakes. Breaking a little early, really painful. Ripper Dactyl's going to try and make up for this, and Ancient Salamanders, some good fire there. It's the power of them. They do actually put some serious pressure on these weapon team type of Dawa units. Whew. Definitely hurting a bit here. Giant Slayers are in, but are they going to be able to pull the Ripper Dactyls out of the sky quickly enough before the Iron Drakes get shut down? Because really, here's the problem with the Dowie against the Lizardmen. Lizardmen just have to win against the missile line, and then the superior infantry and cap weight of the Lizards really shines through here, because while the Miners and Miners with blasting charges have good cap weight, they are much worse overall than Skink cohorts because they cost more. They're also just worse in combat. Skink cohorts actually have better stats than miners do. Miners' selling point is the AP they have on their weapon strength, which really isn't much to speak of to begin with. Not to mention, Saurus just manhandle everything short of Longbeards. I mean, Dowie do not have a way of very effectively clearing Saurus warriors. You can see them getting some really good value over here. Gorok is just having a good old time. He's just pummeling whatever is in front of him. Dwarf warrior's pretty beat up. The Feral Bastillodon is getting a little bit of value. You can see the Ripperdactyl is taking down one of the Trollhammer torpedoes, but hasn't finished the unit. Gonna pull back up into the sky. They've got about 500, close to 600 value. Ripperdactyl, really good micro here from Bird. Isolating the Iron Drake out here on the flank. Since it's routing, you just run it down and make sure you keep it offline as long as possible. Rallying Red-Crested Skink's gonna get in here and keep the Giant Slayers away from the fight on the #1 objective. And the #2 here. Big wall of miners moving in, but really good delaying action out here on this flank. The Feral Cold Ones just hammering as much as they can, keeping the miners from being able to get up on the #3 in a timely manner. Howdy is doing a pretty good job of value trading for the most part, but just hasn't been able to get the Iron Drakes free in ages now. You can see the Ripperdactyls, 2 of them, able to clear out the remaining Iron Drakes and those Ancient Salamanders, poking the Giant Slayers down very effectively right now. Really good value on them. Gonna get some nice shots in against the routing Iron Drakes too. Red-Crested Skinks getting up onto the rear of this fight. A few Slayers and Dowie Warriors hanging in there. Saurus Warriors finally pushed off. Both of them just about paying for themselves though. And now you've just got the Ripperdactyls parading through the back line against the Dowie. Bugman's Rangers come up, really strong unit. They do have a self-heal with the Liquid Fortification. And they've got reasonably defensive stats here, with 38 melee defense. Problem is they don't win in melee, so if they get locked down, there's really nothing to peel for them anymore. Dowie are just too slow to hammer an anvil. They have to have missiles on the field to peel. And there's really just this one Iron Drake left at this stage of the game. And you can see that there's a decent amount of value tied up in the Iron Drakes. They really have been doing most of the heavy lifting here. Some of the Slayers have been doing alright. The Dwarf Warriors just don't provide any kind of uptrade potential. And that's always been the biggest problem with the Dwarves in Domination mode, is if they can get set and play from ahead, Dowie are untouchable. If they get a lead on you early, it's very hard to fight your way back into it. But Dowie have got to be one of the worst factions in the entire game at recontesting. If they get pushed off objectives early, or they're just struggling to protect their missile line, they fall apart really fast. Look at this very beat-up Ripperdactyl just absolutely unloading on the Bugman's Rangers right now. This poor little guy's just not having a hope in hell of fighting off the Rippers right now. That weapon strength and the bonus versus infantry coming in big time for those guys. Saurus Warriors rallying and going after the Iron Drakes, and the Chameleon Stalkers, not a lot of value, but they are occupying, again, the incredibly important shooting for the Dwarves here. Another beautiful shot from the Ancient Sally over here. 1400 value, very typical performance. Over here, this Ancient Salamander just barely paying for itself. But it can pull away. It should be able to rally up. Its leadership is decently high for how cheap of a monster it is. 6 shots. Should be able to get up to about the same as the other one over here. Then you can just unsummon them. They're too beat up to keep on the field. In my experience playing against the Dwarves as the Lizardmen, if those Ancient Salamanders are close to full health in the late game, and it's a reasonably close game, then I just keep them on the field and use them to run around and terror out all the miners and the Dwarf Warriors. For a very well-handled game here from Bird, outside of a couple of fumbles early on, I would just unsummon them and make sure that I can bring them out whenever they've got their ammunition pool refilled. Riperdactyls have been so disruptive. They have absolutely carried this game and put Hattie on the back foot. Now, got some Slayers up on the number 3 objective now. This push out here has been so messy. And the Dwarves just got pushed off early in a really nice delaying action played by Bird. Steamrolling over the miners with cavalry and feral cold ones and delaying the Slayers and poking them with chameleon skinks and chameleon stalkers now. See these little guys putting out some nice damage with their little howdas. Now going to get into a nice fight. Going to be able to drag down the lightly armored naked Dowie men. Not a very glorious death. I guess you can say that you're the superior orange-colored combatant. I don't even know if the Slayers are going to be able to outlast this Chameleon Stalker, though. There's just so much going for the Lizardmen in this fight. Feral Cold Ones are going to be able to get some nice damage off on the Slayers. Slayers are just so vulnerable to charges because of the 0 armor. That's the biggest problem with the Slayers. I mean, they really are a decent unit at value trading, but once they're alone and they don't have protection, and enemy missile units can come out and kind of answer them, the Slayers just fall apart, and it is unsalvageable. Coldwind Riders, Riperdactyls, Ancient Salamander, all over the Dwarf Warriors as they're trying to just get out of spawn even. They can't even move forward off to anchor the number 1 or the number 2. Gorok is out here still. Rock solid as always. Hasn't taken that much damage. Hasn't really done a whole lot, to be fair. He's gotten 100 kills. 557 value really isn't much to speak on, but he's holding the line. If there were a scarier combat lord for the dwarves, he could have gone to duel them, but standard dwarf lord really isn't anything to write home about. You can pretty safely ignore all of the Dowie lords, except for maybe Grombrindle with his flash bomb is a bit of a pain that you do need to deal with. Malachi can be really obnoxious with his little repeating rifle. Does a lot of damage. Trying to think of any other Dowie lords that need to be actually approached so that they can't just beat up on you. Yeah, look at the Saurus here, dude. 1,600, 1,200, 790. Good value on most of the feral cold ones. The chameleon skinks just flaying Slayers and miners alive with their little blow darts. And then, obviously, the Ancient Salamanders with great value. This is the meta build for the Lizardmen against the Dwarves. And you can see how hard it is for the Dowie to handle. They just don't have easy ways to protect their missiles. There's too many elements available to the Lizardmen to either sneak into the back line with Chameleon Stalkers, to tie up the Iron Drakes and the cannons and Bugmans and whatnot, or you just have damage dealers like Riperdactyls tearing you apart. Either or is a devastating outcome for the Dwarves. What elves do get folded up by fire magic? It's really gross. You know, the Iron Drake box, I've heard tell. I've heard tell of this heresy. I can see how it might work. I am gonna guess that the box looks something like any of these. This affects all allies, not just war machines. I don't think deranged munitions is very good. Just like bare bones Malachi with Eyes of Grungni, Master Engineer maybe. Flash Bomb, Firing of Throry, Restock, maybe? Ballistics calibration for sure, so yeah, just, boom. Something like this. Oh, you don't need the Spyglass. Do you need Flash Bomb? I don't think you need 2 restocks. You can probably just bring 1 Master Engineer with restock. You have 4 uses. It's a lot of extra ammo. So what is it? Just something like this, I would imagine. It'd be kind of hard to approach. I don't know if you do double Master Engineer, but the flash bombs, I can only imagine, are very important for just keeping the lizards from actually closing ground on you. And just bring, like, tons of cheap stuff behind it. Is this what you're talking about? What else do you want? I mean, like a Thunder or something could be good. Grim Delvers are always nice. Just a couple basic Slayers. Skyhammer Squadron. Oh, that's the max on missile units. Damn it. Whatever. Skyhammer Squadron should be enough. Do you really need anything else? Oh, and he counts as a missile unit too. Okay, we'll get rid of him then. Well, I guess you just walk up to a middle objective or something and just start to lock them down from afar. The Iron Drakes with the flamethrowers will kill all the skinks that approach and can also do good damage to Riperdactyls. Iron Drakes do good damage to everything, really. It's just the slow fire rate, as I mentioned. It's the problem with them. Dwarf Warrior great weapons are kind of garbage. I don't know, Grumbling Guard. I actually like the Grumbling Guard. There's been some people who have been bringing them pretty consistently, and they actually do have ITP. With the Vigor Reduction, they can be a really nice centerpiece to anchor on top of, because they trade really well in melee with the extra stats they get over the standard variant. Skyhammer Squadron just flies around and bombs the crap out of everything, and then you peel with Grim Delvers and the Thunderers and Iron Drakes, if possible. Is this the build? Probably cut the Engineers. Alright, fair enough. Such a ridiculous army, oh my god, dude. Hey, I mean, credit where credit is due. Whatever gets you there, right? Behold the glory of the dwarves. I mean, you might as well just bring all ranged units that you can. Just, like, max out the numbers every single matchup, because the dwarves really are just god-awful in melee. They do not do anything. You don't need that many miners with blasting charges. There you go, whatever. I'm not really a Dowie player. This is not my cup of tea faction-wise. I like my mobility. I like breaking more of the boxes. Don't think you need the Thunderers? I guess. I really like Thunderers. I've played a few games of Dwarves and enjoyed them. I just like the extra range for the thumping. on the missile strength. But you probably are right that you can very much do away with them and just bring another freaking Iron Drake, right? Iron Drakes are definitely one of the better Dowie missile pieces. Even the flamethrowers are half decent nowadays. But yeah, that's going to be it for the stream today, guys. I really appreciate y'all showing up, showing out. See about hosting some more streams. It's a really down period for Warhammer right now. I'm just really not all that interested in playing regularly. I'm working on some other stuff outside of Warhammer. That's really more my focus right now. 4 torpedoes in the Grim Delvers. Okay. And miner spam. Yeah, miners just for the bodies. Alright. Well, yeah. We'll see about some more streams. I'd love to be able to. It's just hard to find the time right now. And there's so much stuff going on. Oh my god. But yeah. Take care, guys. I'll see y'all as soon as possible. Take care of yourselves. Peace.